morning, everyone. We'll be ready in about 1 minute to start.
How are you? I'm Peter Van Prague. I'm president of HFX, the organization that puts on the annual Halifax International Security Forum. I'd like to welcome you all to the 16th Halifax International Security Forum. As you all know, this is the only forum in the world that links democracy with security. And that really is what makes us unique, and that is why people travel from over 60 countries to be here. We have with us, of course, our host, Minister Blair. This year we also have Minister Joly coming with us, the Chief of Defense, and then we have guests and visitors from the United States, Congress. We've got ministers from around the world, and it's really going to be an important weekend of conversations on issues ranging from just about everything. But I want to say a couple of words now about Ukraine. For the third year running, the survival of Ukraine's democracy is on the agenda here at Halifax. And for the third year running, we are advancing the argument that every international issue is linked to Ukraine's victory over Putin's Russia. Taiwan's security, indeed all of East Asia, Israel's security, and the future of the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, every international issue is directly linked to Ukraine's victory over Putin's Russia. Victory. But judging from today's reports in traditional and social media, we might be forgiven for believing that Ukraine can no longer win the war against Russian aggression. This widespread forecast is not true. It was not true when all the experts said the same thing on February 24th, 2022, the date Putin invaded, and it is not true now. This conventional narrative is all a jumble of doom and gloom, and here at Halifax this year, we're going to counterspin, change this doom and gloom narrative. And so with that, it is my honor to introduce Canada's Minister of National Defence, the host for the weekend, and my friend, the Honourable Bill Blair, Canada's Minister of National Defence.
Thank you very much, Peter. And it's also a great honor to be with you all here this morning. Good morning, bonjour tout le monde. Welcome to the Halifax Forum. This forum, for the past 16 years, has served as one of the most important venues for discussions about defense and security in North America and around the world. And the success of this forum is directly attributable to Peter and his team. And every year, they've provided us with a venue for us to discuss our biggest shared challenges, to learn from each other, to reaffirm our commitment to global stability and security. I know for me personally, these conversations have become even more important as the threats we face become increasingly unpredictable. Change has become our only true constant. This weekend, we will be discussing the issues that we are all seized with: issues for which we feel a great sense of urgency and a responsibility to respond. National security and defense are being impacted by cyber threats and the development of new and disruptive technologies. Climate change is rapidly redefining conflict and what it takes to be safe and secure. At this forum, we're going to have important discussions around how to respond to potential adversaries, how we work together to support our international partners, and also to acknowledge that this week, Ukraine entered its 1,000th day of war. The bravery and sacrifice that Ukrainians have shown in the face of this aggression has been nothing short of inspirational to all of us. Putin thought that he could swiftly take over Ukraine, but he failed to anticipate their resolve, alongside NATO and our partners who have come together to fight against this brutal invasion. I also believe that Putin thought that he could weaken NATO, and he has failed completely in that effort, because NATO is stronger today, more deeply united, and united in its resolve to make sure that we are able to respond to that aggression. Among the military aid that Canada has provided, I am very pleased to share with you this morning that the National Advanced Surface-to-Air Missile System, or NASAMS, that we purchased almost 2 years ago in partnership with the United States have now arrived in Ukraine. These NASAMS will help strengthen Ukraine's air defense systems against the destructive air attacks on its military sites, on its critical infrastructure, and on its population. I want to take this opportunity, first of all, to thank the United States, and in particular, Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin and Ambassador Cohen, the U.S.'s ambassador to Canada, for their collaboration and support on this effort. Canada's support for Ukraine is and will remain unwavering, and I know that many of the conversations over the next few days will focus on how we can continue to help Ukrainians in their fight against Russia to victory. This forum in Halifax is a unique venue for these discussions precisely because it is a gathering of friends and like-minded nations having open and frank discussions on security and defense. These are our closest friends and allies. We are joined as well by industry representatives and academics. These discussions are important. They're important to the future of our country, but they're also important to global peace and security. I look very much forward to the many critical conversations that we will have over the coming days with our friends, and I want to say thank you again to Peter and his team for making these conversations possible every year. Thank you.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. My name is Andrew Green and I will be the moderator today. Je m'appelle Andrew Green et je serai votre modérateur. I would invite media to the mics to ask one question and one follow-up. Please also start by specifying your media outlet and your media outlet and your name. Let's also try to make sure that only one journalist per outlet asks a question. We will do our best to accommodate everyone in the time we have today. J'invite les médias à se limiter à une question et un follow-up. Veuillez également commencer par préciser les médias pour lesquels vous travaillez. Essayons également de faire en sorte que un seul journaliste par média pose une question. We can get started. Merci.
Bonjour, Monsieur Blair. Bienvenue à Halifax. My question will be in English, of course.
And I thank you for that.
Yeah. There's a Republican congressman who told our colleague from Politico Playbook that the Canadian track to reach the 2% spending is arrogance, freeloading, and cheat. And he had, if everyone had the policies of Trudeau, there would be no NATO. What's your reaction to those comments?
I think the comments are unfair. Canada, when I came to this forum last year, I took the opportunity to assure all of the participants and our allies that Canada recognized that decades of underinvestment in the Canadian Armed Forces had to change, and that we were going to do more, that we recognized we had to do more, and that we were going to do more. A few months later, we released our new National Defense Policy Update, in which we clearly articulated a path to make significant new investments in the Canadian Armed Forces. But we also indicated in that report, we acknowledged that more would need to be done. At the Washington Summit that took place in July, we went back and I was able to speak to my colleagues, the defense ministers of NATO, about our plan, a verifiable and credible plan in order to reach 2%. But one of the challenges we face, when our allies say they want us to reach that spending metric, we've made that commitment and the answer is yes. And I've told them that you're pushing on an open door. We are going to make those investments. We know that we need to do more, but it's getting there in a timely way is going to require cooperation, collaboration with our closest allies, with industry, and some really hard work by the Canadian Armed Forces. The Canadian Armed Forces has responded with a new plan for reconstitution of its personnel and the maintenance of existing equipment, and I think we've already demonstrated just in the last 2 years a real commitment to begin the important and necessary work of acquiring new platforms for the Canadian Armed Forces with planes and ships and submarines and other new technologies, new weapon systems, ammunition. All of that work is well underway. And one of the benefits I think I'm hoping at this forum is it'll enable us to have further conversations with industry and with our allies on how we can accelerate the delivery of those programs.
And is there any scenario when you can consider to speed up, I mean, maybe reach the 2% during the Trump presidency, so before 2030?
I believe there are many opportunities for us to accelerate. And for example, I've already engaged in a number of conversations with some of the CEOs of the large military industrial organizations and corporations that we do business with. One of the challenges we face, and I often say to my defense minister colleagues, all of us have the same challenge, getting the money and spending the money. And spending the money well and creating really good value for our national defense, for our citizens, and for our armed forces requires that we work more collaboratively together. I believe that there are many opportunities in our future to work closely with our allies, including, of course, the United States, but also work with those large companies and small companies, with innovators and creators that are developing the weapon systems, the platforms, the equipment that our armed forces are going to need in order to accelerate and make more efficient our procurement processes and make sure that we really maximize the value of our partnerships and relationships. I'll give you just a small, quick example. We recently made a decision, a little less than a year ago, to go with a new multi-mission aircraft, the Poseidon P-8, which is manufactured by Boeing. A big part of our decision-making in that is it is also exactly the same platform used by our Five Eyes partners, by Norway and Germany, as well as the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand. And so making sure that we work together collaboratively, I think that demonstrates a path to getting things done more quickly, more efficiently, and more effectively for our armed forces. We're going to continue with those opportunities to get the job done as quickly as possible. I mentioned in my remarks, there is a sense of urgency of what we have to do. I think we are all seized with that urgency, and we are finding ways to get this job done. It's an important job, it's a necessary job, but get it done as quickly as possible.
Good morning.
So, and I'll try to be shorter in my answers.
Good afternoon. My name is Olesya Shevikova, Premier Channel, Kyiv, Ukraine. First of all, we are very grateful for your support, and although the world is divided now about Ukrainian victory, we are not. Ukrainians only have one way forward to the victory. But we understand that after the war, we're going to be facing another problem, and that is landmines. 25% of the Ukrainian territory is mined, and it will take lives, it will take arable land. So I would like to ask you a question, Minister. Are there any proactive current initiatives within the government, Canadian government, and especially Ministry of Defense, taking place about the demining of Ukraine?
Yes, first of all, established under the Ukraine Defense Contact Group organization that was established under the leadership of Secretary Austin. We've established a number of coalitions within that defense contact group for Ukraine, including a demining thing, because I want to acknowledge Ukraine now, parts of Ukraine are the most heavily mined areas of any place in the world. Canada has a long history of working in demining around the world. Well, I believe that my country has a great deal to contribute. There is a very important and lively discussion taking place among all of the allies who are there to support Ukraine. The situation right now is somewhat difficult and dire because there's an ongoing conflict. But when that conflict comes to an end, then I believe the international community has a responsibility to work very closely with Ukraine to render that land safe for its future use by your citizens.
Thank you very much, Minister.
Yes, ma'am.
Good morning, Minister. Mike Tutton from the Canadian Press.
Good morning, Mike.
Halifax. Is the fact that you're on the special cabinet committee that's dealing with the arrival of Trump 2.0 signal that Canada's defense industry is going to, you're going to face pressure to accelerate the pace of reaching 2%? prior to 2020.
Mike, can I tell you, the pressure I feel is not in response to the encouragement of our allies, but rather, this is what Canada needs. This is what our armed forces, our national defense requires, so that we can live up to our responsibility to defend our country, our continent, but also to live up to our responsibilities to our international coalitions through NATO and NORAD, and now in the Indo-Pacific and even other places of conflict in the world. I actually believe that the work that we are undertaking now for defense, to reconstitute it, to acquire new platforms and equipment, new ships and submarines and planes, and all of those investments that we have to make, is an opportunity rather than a challenge. And I think of it in terms of an opportunity to work more collaboratively with our closest friends and allies in order to get the job done. And one of the things I hope to do at this forum is to engage in conversations about how we can work more effectively together. We've got a big job to do. We've got big investments to make. And I want to make sure that we get good value in those investments for Canada's investment in them. And I think the best way to do that is to do it collaboratively with our closest friends and allies.
And just to be absolutely clear, 2032 is the current goal for 2%?
2032 was I think, a realistic plan, because I know how long it takes to build the new destroyers that we are undertaking to build through our new national shipbuilding strategy. And by the way, those ships will be built right here in Halifax. We also know how long it's going to take to deliver the F-35 fighters that we have ordered, how long it's going to take to even acquire the new P-8s, even how long it's going to take to make sure that we turn around and build upon our efforts to reconstitute our services by significantly increasing the number of people we're taking in and the skills that we're going to require to do the job. 2032, I think, is a realistic plan, and I tried to offer to our allies a credible and verifiable plan on how we would get to 2%. But I believe that there are opportunities to accelerate that, and it's going to involve greater collaboration and cooperation with industry and with our allies in order to get that done. So the plan that we have presented by 2032, I think, is a credible and realistic plan. But I also believe that there are many opportunities in our future to accelerate those expenditures, because we are all seized with the urgency of getting this job done.
Hi, Heidi Petracek with Global National. Minister, just wondering what Canada is doing right now to prepare for the potential repercussions of a second Trump presidency on global security issues like Ukraine, things like NATO.
Well, first of all, I was also a member of our government when we worked with the previous Trump administration, and in so many aspects, we worked very well together. And I think in the mutual advantage of both of our countries, I think, as I said, there are many opportunities for us to continue going forward in that relationship. I've worked with the United States for very many decades, and one of the things that I have grown confident and trusting in is the strength and leadership of their institutions in the defense, in the State Department, in their Justice Department, in their Congress, and in their Senate. Among the American people, that's a relationship that Canada has benefited from and supported for well over 150 years. I have great confidence in that relationship. We've got work to do together. It's in our mutual interest to do it together, and I think there are many opportunities for us.
So follow-up or somewhat separate question, what is Canada doing right now to combat misinformation because it is a threat to global security, to electoral processes? What would you say Canada is doing right now to combat that?
Actually, I'm very proud of some of the work they're doing, and in particular, within my own department, the Communications Security Establishment, I think, is doing some very leading-edge work on their own and with our allies in countering misinformation. There is a constant attack on our critical infrastructure, on our institutions, on our provinces and territories, on our information systems that's being perpetrated by hostile state actors and criminal organizations around the world. We are working very diligently to respond to that. We also have legislation before the House in order to counter some of this information. I think the intent, it's different from different state actors, but the intent is to sow division, to create polarization in our society and to undermine public trust in important institutions. That trust is the currency of our success, and we have to work really hard to maintain that trust. A big part of that is intervention in some of those misinformation systems that are being deployed against us. But another thing is, I think, having frank and honest conversations with Canadians I have great trust in my fellow citizens that if we give them the right information, they'll understand when they're being misled.
Good morning, Minister.
Hi,
Blair.
Justin.
Hi, Justin Lang, freelance. Obviously, a lot of the conversation will be around that 2% domestic spending target. But President-elect Trump talked a lot about freeloaders and free riders around the world. I'm wondering, do you envision, based on your conversations thus far with his transition team, that Canada will be expected to step up, whether it's in NORAD, whether it's in Arctic patrolling, whether it's in Ukraine, Europe, Taiwan, the Taiwan Strait, or elsewhere? Do you have a vision for a bigger role that Canada will play with the Trump administration? And Peter, to your end, has the Forum had conversations with the transition team? Have they been part of the Forum this year?
All of our allies have made it very clear they all know they need to do more, and they want us to do more. And I think part of the request that is directed towards the Canadian Armed Forces to do more is because of the exemplary reputation that they have earned over decades of service around the world. Canadians have been there. They've always answered the call, and almost all of the work that we do in Canada is expeditionary. We haven't had to invest significantly in defense of our own country, but that situation is changing, and you know, I think we've talked about that in our new defense policy, and you're familiar with it, some of the challenges we're facing right here in North America. But I would also share with all of our allies, including the United States, that they're pushing on an open door. We all have already recognized that we need to do more, and we're going to do more. We're also asking for help because we believe that spending Canadian hard-earned taxpayer dollars well requires, I have to manage both money and the commodity of time, and accelerating how we deliver on these things, making sure that we always, you know, follow the law and engage in all necessary due diligence. But there's, I think, a lot in some of our procurement processes that have slowed us down, and even in some of our really essential relationships, foreign military sales, for example, in our relationships with some of the large military industries in the United States and around the world. We've got to find a way to do better and work better. I think there's an opportunity here for us to be responsive to what industry needs from us, but also to communicate more clearly what we need from industry. And I think in that collaboration, with the support of our international partners, I think we can move forward far more assertively and far more effectively.
It's nice to get a question.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Sorry to
I was thinking this was really easy up here. Yeah, we've had conversations. The team, is, as you all know, is taking shape. It's still a little amorphous. I'd point out that during the first Trump administration, Halifax International Security Forum welcomed very senior administration people every year to the forum. We've got very good relations. I imagine there are people in the forum who we don't even know who might go into the Trump administration, but I just want to emphasize the congressional delegation that we have this year. And as you all know, the United States Congress is a co-equal branch, and the Senate and the senators who are coming really represent an important, influential part of American government. So.
As I guess, a quick follow-up. There are certain aspects of the incoming Trump administration that pose potential problems for Canada. Is there anything you see on the horizon that could affect or change the Canadian military's relationship with their American colleagues? They're talking about using military assets for mass deportations. You're looking at members of the national security apparatus who had formal ties with the Russian government. What are you doing to prepare and to harden Canada from those possible threats?
And again, I have a lot of confidence in the institution, the defense institution of the United States. That our relationship with the U.S., the Pentagon and the U.S. Department of Defense is very deep and strong and trusting. And I think there are clearly very shared values, including respect for the rule of law. I'm looking forward to continuing in those discussions. I appreciate after every election there is a change of perspective and sometimes rhetoric, but our fundamental responsibilities I think remain unchanged. And I believe that there is great unity in recognizing what the real threats to our security, our safety, our citizens are, and that the best way to respond to that is together. I believe that all of our allies share that commitment. I have great confidence we'll be able to work it out. Hey, Michael.
Michael Serapio, CPAC. Peter, I'll begin with you. So, question 2. Listen, you opened up by making the comment that every international issue challenge is tied to Ukraine's victory over Russia. Connect the dots. Why?
So, number one, Russia is a member of the United Nations Security Council. Number two, it's a nuclear power. And number three, if it gets away with this naked aggression, we are entering a world where its might makes right. And that is a world that is not safe for anybody. And so this is an aggression that cannot stand. This is something that the Russians must fail. And once that is accomplished by Ukraine and continued support by Canada and all of Ukraine's friends and partners, including the United States, that message then, that fortitude, will resonate around the world. And other actors, we call them the crinks, China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, will understand the fortitude of the democracies.
My second question has to do with the missile defense system, and I'm going to ask both of you to answer, please. Because, to my understanding, it's taken 2 years from the moment that Canada made the commitment for this missile defense system and delivery to Ukraine. Ukraine is well represented in this form. I'm wondering what the reaction has been. Are they expressing frustration that it has taken so long? Are they expressing gratitude given the moment in time that Ukraine faces itself right now? Peter, I'll ask you to start.
I don't represent the government, any government, and so my conversations with Ukrainian officials really are private. And so I would just say that with response to everything Ukraine, this is a country that, as the minister said, has been at war for 1,000 days. And so, yes, there is, of course, continued frustration on every issue with everybody. And that doesn't mean that the message that I get more than anything else is gratitude.
Minister?
I will also acknowledge Ukraine has always been grateful for every support that us and our allies have been able to provide. But I think we share a certain frustration on how long it takes to deliver. We also share increasing concern about how quickly Russia has been able to reconstitute its armed forces, its munitions. The now involvement of North Korea in that conflict is deeply concerning and escalatory. I know it's not just concerning to those of us who are directly supporting Ukraine, but it's also deeply concerning to Japan and Korea and others in the Indo-Pacific region because of what it means geopolitically. But I will also share with you, when you talk about frustration, I think I'll share my frustration. When we first said we wanted to help Ukraine, they said they urgently needed missile defense systems to protect their citizens, their cities, and their critical infrastructure. And we said yes. And we put the money on the table and said, okay, we'll do this. But when we went to industry, they told us to get in line, and it would probably take 4, even 5 years to deliver on those systems. Fortunately, the United States stepped up and said, we have bigger buying power and perhaps a more advantageous position in the contract. They said, join us. And so they were kind enough to let us to join in on that, and it still took 2 years. I think that is part of the conversations we need to have here with industry, and not just here, but ongoing, with how we accelerate production. One of the things that Jens Stoltenberg said to us when he was Secretary General of NATO is that production is deterrence, and I agree. And all of us recognize that we need to work more closely, more effectively with industry to make sure that we can meet the moment. Our adversaries are rapidly building up their militaries. China is actually going through the largest military buildup of any nation in the world since the Second World War. And it is deeply concerning. We have to keep up, not in order to engage in conflict, but to prevent conflict. I think the best way to deter conflict is to be well prepared to respond to it. And as we sometimes say, give the porcupine a little more quills. And so that's important work that we all have to do. And so doing it together, I think, is the right way to get it done.
Hi, Chris Lambie, National Post. It's a question for the Minister. Can I get your take on the Royal Canadian Navy making the decision to steer away from the anthem Heart of Oak? And do you think that will help at all with modern recruiting efforts?
I'm not sure that that's the intent of the Navy. I think it's a question better put to Admiral Topshee and to his officials. It's a decision that they've undertaken. But I would also note the Royal Australian Navy also, a number of years ago, decided to come up with their own Australian naval anthem. And they've decided to do it that way. And the Heart of Oak was written in 1759. I think it is a tradition, and we're not necessarily saying we abandon all tradition, but I think the new Royal Canadian Navy has a right to choose its own path forward, and I would certainly support that. And again, I've seen people try to suggest that this is part of some other agenda. Quite frankly, I think that's nonsense. I think the Royal Canadian Navy has every right to continue to advance and modernize, and if they want to have an anthem that's appropriate for them and theirs alone, how could we say no?
Do you think modernizing the anthem will help with recruiting efforts?
Well, again, I will tell you, I'm really impressed with the effort that the entire armed forces is making to enhance recruiting efforts. But it's more than just getting people to come in and apply. Last year, nearly 70,000 people applied to join the Canadian Armed Forces. That's a lot of people who wanted to serve their country in uniform. I think we need to look at our processes and how we bring them on, and our security background checks, and in the medical requirements that we have of them, in ensuring that we are able to bring people in, the best people, because we need great people. But Canada's a diverse country. We need great people in the Canadian Armed Forces. And great people for us includes great women, great Indigenous candidates, great diverse Canadians are all part of what makes a great and strong Canadian Armed Forces. And I would point out, just the other day, Secretary Austin, who was a four-star general, who led his nation's armed forces in conflict over many years, acknowledged that women in the U.S. Armed Forces make them stronger. And I am absolutely supportive of the Canadian Armed Forces' efforts to make sure that their organization is as strong as we can make it.
Hi there, Minister Blair. Catherine Cullen
Hi,
from
Catherine.
CBC Radio's The House. Do you have any plans to join the new northern group Ukraine set up by 12 countries to help build Ukraine's defense industry?
As a matter of fact, we actually undertook, I was in Ukraine in February of this year. I met with their Minister of Strategic Industry. He talked to me about, we had just delivered for them about 900 Canadian-made drones, really great drones. And he thanked me for them. He said, those are terrific drones, and thank you so much for supplying them. But then he asked me an interesting question. He said, why didn't you buy our drones? And he laid out for me some of the work that they've been doing, really innovative, smart things in developing a drone capability across a number of different platforms and technologies that were being really effective at helping them to respond to the Russian aggression, and they were using very effectively, and they were doing it very efficiently as well. And he asked me if we would consider purchasing some of their drones and donating them to Ukraine. And I said yes, because how could you not? And we then provided them with some money as a bit of a pilot project, and it worked exceptionally well. And so we are now very much in discussions with our allies on how to get that done. And there are a number of different coalitions that are facilitating that. When I said yes, by the way, I was a bit challenged because I didn't have a legal mechanism to actually get the money to Ukraine. So I went to the Brits, who did have a legal mechanism, and I got the money to the Brits, and they got it to Ukraine. The Dutch have also come forward with another plan. I think that's the incredible power of our coalitions and our partnerships in NATO and in all of the countries interested in supporting Ukraine. We're finding ways to get this done together. Canada is going to continue to make investments in Ukraine industry because it's something that can help. I also want to make sure that that also creates opportunities for our armed forces and for our industry in creating really great partnerships and collaborations between Canadian innovators and Ukrainian innovators is also really a good thing to do.
I will note, I didn't hear you comment on that initiative specifically.
We are part of every initiative that
Including this one.
Well, and again, the one you're talking about is we already have a mechanism in place to do precisely what that group is doing. One of the things, the work that I will do at the next time we meet as the Ukraine Defense Contract Group is to make sure that there's a real alignment between all of the countries who agree this is the right thing to do and find the most efficient way to get it done.
So what kind of conversations or work is being done right now to talk about what happens if the United States removes itself from that space in about 2 months?
And again, I'm not going to get into the hypothetical of that. I think as I've said, change is the one constant that we've had to deal with, not just for the last 1,000 days, but for a number of years. And so there's always contingency planning. I think we all recognize we all have to step up. We all have to do more. This is a critical moment in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict and war, and we have to make sure that we remain united and strong in our support of Ukraine to achieve the appropriate right outcome for the Ukrainian people, which is victory in this conflict.
Minister, Peter, hey, it's Nick Taylor-Raisy from Politico. I hate to keep talking about defense spending, but Canada's defense spending and the spending of allies is an active conversation, and I want, this is for both of you. I wonder, you've both talked about a wide variety of important conversations this weekend at the forum, Ukraine being, of course, an important one. I wonder how much of the bandwidth of those conversations, whether the plenary or quieter conversations with colleagues, will be scooped up by questions about Canada's defense spending.
Can I suggest, nobody has to argue with me that we need to spend more money. I came here last year and said we needed to spend more money. We needed to do more. We've been working tirelessly over the past 12 months to do just that. And you know, I've now got a substantial new budget. I've also got commitments from my government on the investments we have to make, and we have what we think is a timeline on when we can get that done. And so when our friends and allies in this forum and in every other conversation says we want Canada to do more, as I said, they're pushing on an open door. We agree. We're trying very hard to do that. We could use some help. And that's the conversations I'm hoping to have at this forum, to ask industry and our international partners, help Canada get this done.
So I'm going to tell you, I think most of you know, I'm from here, but I live and work in Washington, D.C. And I interact with Americans in this space all day, every day. And I do think there was relief and real satisfaction with the announcements made by Canada at the end of the NATO summit in July. And I know that some of you are reporting on negative comments. There's always going to be negative comments, but the private conversations I had was that, in fact, that was a surprise. People didn't expect that. I do think Minister Blair played an incredible leadership role in that direction, and the conversations that I had with virtually all Americans was one of real satisfaction with Canada.
And just a follow-up for the ministry, you've laid out several major initiatives to possibly accelerate Canada meeting that target. I wonder if you have kind of early markers for the critics that, and I take your point, Peter, but the critics who do exist and who will push Canada, if you have kind of early markers to say, well, here's what you can expect relatively soon.
Yeah, I'll give a couple of examples. One of the things, I can buy boats and planes and tanks and trucks. I need people. I need people to put on there, and I don't think we had presented to our allies and even to our own country a credible plan to make sure that we could get the people into the organization trained and deployed where we needed them in order to sail those ships and those submarines and fly those planes. But it's not just piloting the planes, by the way. You need a whole crew of people with extraordinary range of skills in order to keep those planes in operation. And so we've worked really hard on making sure that that's the kind of the quiet work behind the scenes, and I am very confident that the Chief of Defense and her team have come up with a very credible plan to significantly accelerate the onboarding of people. I think we demonstrated just in this past year with the commitment, and it wasn't an easy decision, by the way, to go with the P-8 as our option for the multi-mission aircraft. There was a lot of competing interest at play there, but it was the right and necessary thing to do, and I think our allies saw that our resolve to do what was required was there. As well, and I'll just, in April when we came up with our new defense policy update, at the time I had no authority to move forward on underwater surveillance submarines. And so we said we were going to explore it in April, and everybody rolled their eyes and said, you're just kicking the can down the road. 2 months later, the Prime Minister announced that we were going to acquire 12 of them. 2 months after that, we went into the market with an RFI. Our Admiral has been traveling around the world, visiting shipyards. We're moving forward on that. I hope that sends a signal. We understand what needs to get done, and we're going to do it. There are also really important discussions, investments that we are making in things, in really important things for North America, but also for our Canada doing its part around the world on NORAD modernization, some of the technologies with over-the-horizon radar and over-the-polar radar. Those are big investments that are going to be made, and we've already budgeted $38.6 billion to do that. We're also making significant investments in research and development with our international partners, and the discussions even around AUKUS. And we often hear that, about AUKUS, Canada wasn't in the market for a nuclear submarine. We're looking for conventional submarines. But Canada has a great deal to contribute to other elements of the AUKUS discussion in its second pillar. because there's real expertise and innovation in Canada on AI and quantum computing and in maritime sensors and all of the things that are going to be important to the success of the AUKUS project. Canada is very much invited to those tables, and we're working hard on that. I honestly believe, as Peter has said, our allies heard us, and we have sent, not just, we're not going to be judged on our good intentions, we'll be judged on our actions, but I think we can start putting some actions on the table that we are moving resolutely forward to do what is required.
Hi, Minister. My name is Pierre Chapdelaine de Moellon. I'm with Radio Canada. Yesterday, Russia shot a intercontinental ballistic missile on Ukraine, and then Putin talked about a global conflict, the fact that Russia was ready to strike military installations in countries that authorize use of weapons against Russian infrastructure. My question is, what's your assessment of the situation, and what is Canada's answers to Putin's allegations?
Well, first of all, we're always deeply concerned by any escalation in that conflict, and the use of an ICBM by Russia against Ukraine, in my opinion, is a significant and serious and concerning escalation in that conflict. And at the same time, I also recognize the actions of a bully. When a bully's victim can hit back, the bully reacts badly, as Mr. Putin is reacting badly right now. But I think that unity and strength among all of the allies who support Ukraine is the best response to that bully.
Okay. And my follow-up would be, then what's your message to the next American administration? Because President Trump talked about ending the war in Ukraine in like 24 hours. So are territorial concessions like inevitable to end the war?
My message to all of our allies, including the United States, that Canada will be and always remain a strong, resolute, and reliable partner in our efforts to, again, promote freedom and democracy around the world and uphold the international rules that have kept all of our countries safe. And that includes in response to a bully who believes that simply because they are might here, that they have a right to go and take someone else's territory.
But about the territorial the concessions, are they inevitable?
Well, again, I think that change is the constant. I've said it 3 times now here, even at this press conference. I think we have to respond to the situation as it evolves. And there are a number of really important conversations that will take place. And at the same time, I also believe that among all our allies, we remain united in support of Ukraine and in support of Ukraine's valiant fight against Russian aggression. And frankly, if we were to concede to that Russian aggression in Ukraine, many of our other allies in the Baltics and in Poland and in the entire Eastern Front, and even for the Arctic countries, including our own, we could see just a continued escalation of Russian aggression in many other theaters. And so I think it's important that we stand up strong and remain standing strong.
Last question.
Hello, my name is Mizell from Indigenous Futures Canada, and you mentioned that armed forces need women and Indigenous recruits. And so
I also mentioned diverse recruits, but
yeah,
that was the whole gamut.
Indigenous Futures Canada. So this is sort of what
Got
we're focusing on. So yeah, Indigenous people have historically contributed significantly to Canada's armed forces and navy. However, as you mentioned, barriers to recruitment and retention still persist. So would you be able to share specific strategies or initiatives that Canada is planning to implement or would like to implement to address these barriers, to increase Indigenous enrollment, and additionally, how do you see Indigenous communities and organizations playing a role in supporting these efforts?
Yeah, a couple of things here. First of all, we have the Canadian Rangers, which are substantively Indigenous right across the north. They're an incredibly important part of our national security apparatus in the far north. They do important work for us. They are our eyes and ears in the north, and frankly, I believe that we can do much more to support them and to grow their operation, and not just with the members of the Rangers, but the Junior Rangers is also an extraordinary program that I very strongly support. We're building a new facility in Yellowknife. It's a 9,000 square meter facility, which will be the new national headquarters of the Ranger program in the north. There's also discussions taking place. I don't want to get too far ahead of an announcement that's going to be made next week, but I know Admiral Topshee of the Royal Canadian Navy has been in very close discussions with, he's got a number of really innovative and clever ways in which we can attract more people into the Royal Canadian Navy and therefore into the armed forces. But we're working really closely with the Premier of the Yukon right now to see if we can establish a reserve component there, which will give us additional opportunities to encourage and support Indigenous participation. And we need them. And frankly, the last thing I would say, you'll note in our new defense policy, we've placed an enormous focus on the Arctic. We know that its strategic value and importance to our national and continental defense. But if we're going to be effective in the far north, first of all, I think there's huge opportunities to us invest in multi-use infrastructure that will benefit the people of the north. When I went there, those Indigenous communities told us, it's not about a plane going by or a boat sailing by when the ice is out. It's about infrastructure. It's about fiber optic. It's about highways and airport runways and power plants and water treatment plants and health facilities. But they have also made it very clear to us, if we want to operate effectively in the north, it would be much to our value, and I agree, that we incorporate Indigenous traditional knowledge into our deployments and training there. And so I think it's not just the right thing to do, it's a smart thing to do, is to encourage greater Indigenous participation in our armed forces.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Merci pour votre temps.
Thank you, Peter.
Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please silence all electronic devices. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
This special 90-minute CBS report with Walter Cronkite is being shown today on 22 networks in 19 countries throughout the world.
in the midst.
Welcome to Canada. For those of you who have been here before, you know that this is the part where I lay out big global issues and the threats that we face together as a community of democracies. And then I talk about how, if we all work together, the world will be a safer place. And then I move on to welcomes and thank yous. This year, I'm just jumping to welcomes and thank yous. And then, if there's a little time, I'll say a few words about the world we all share. Minister Blair, ministers, members of Parliament, members of the congressional delegation, distinguished officers, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, my name is Peter Van Prague, and on behalf of everyone on my team who worked so hard to bring the 16th annual Halifax International Security Forum to life, welcome to Halifax. I want to begin by introducing the Honourable Bill Blair, Canada's Minister of National Defence, and thanking him. Before entering politics in 2015, Minister Blair served the people of Toronto for over 39 years, starting as a beat cop in downtown Toronto and rising to Chief of the Toronto Police, overseeing the largest municipal police service in Canada and one of the largest in North America. Minister Blair is a graduate of the FBI's National Academy in Quantico, and after serving as Canada's Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness, Minister Blair became Canada's Minister of Defence a year and a half ago and has done amazing things for the department, for Canada, and for Canada's allies and partners. Minister Blair is our host for the weekend, and I will invite him to the podium in a few moments. Thank you, Minister. It's a privilege to work with you. With Minister Blair is Minister Joly. Canada's Minister for Foreign Affairs is here. Welcome, Minister. I'm so glad you're able to make it. Canada's new Chief of Defence, General Jenny Carignan, is here. Welcome back to Halifax. And Canada's Deputy Minister of Defence, Stephanie Beck, is here as well. Welcome back. Minister Joly, General Carignan, Deputy Beck, these Canadian leaders at the top of national security and international affairs are an inspiration to girls and women in Canada and around the world seeking careers in politics, diplomacy, and the military. Thank you, each of you, for your inspirational leadership. 2024 marks the 7th year of our Peace with Women Fellowship that brings female officers to Canada and the United States for a 3-week study tour prior to this weekend. With us are officers from the UK, France, Denmark, Netherlands, Germany, Sweden, Australia, the US, and Canada. And for the first time, we have an officer from Ukraine joining the fellowship, Major Anna Novak. Included in our program are efforts to nurture this important international network with return invitations to Halifax International Security Forum every November. This year, we have 19 alum from past years. We have a total of 32 fellows or alum with us this year, and we are proud of this program, and Michaela Tucker and Kimberly Whitehead, who lead it, and you will hear more about the fellowship directly from the fellows on Sunday morning. Fellows, welcome to Halifax. Last year, to mark our 15th anniversary, HFX launched 15 at 15, Youth Building Democracy, a global contest for 15-year-old students to make a 15-second video about one positive change they want to see in the world 15 years from now. The winners this year are Ananya from India, who was not able to make the trip, but with us are Bennett from Little Rock, Arkansas, Tavia from Jamaica, Katerina and Sophia from Ukraine, and Yiting from Taiwan. Congratulations, and we will watch all the winning videos Sunday morning. Here at Halifax, we know what it is that we are working to secure. Halifax International Security Forum is the most consequential meeting of its kind anywhere in the world because we deliberately link democracy with security. It is our guiding principle. Without democracy, there is no real security. Every single year that he attended Halifax International Security Forum as Senator from Arizona, John McCain reminded us of this guiding principle. John McCain lives on here at Halifax International Security Forum and still reminds us every year of the fundamental connection between democracy and security when we award the annual John McCain Prize for Leadership in Public Service. And this year, we have a twofer. I am so happy to announce that Vladimir Kara-Murza is freed from prison, home with his family, and with us this weekend to receive the 2024 John McCain Prize. Vladimir, I know Senator McCain is so proud that you, his close friend, will be receiving the prize this year. Welcome, and welcome back, Evgenia. You are a hero too. As well, Dr. Tsai Ing-wen, President of Taiwan from 2016 to just 6 months ago, an international icon for freedom and democracy, is here with us to formally receive her 2020 John McCain Prize that we only now have the honor to give her in person and to learn directly from her. Presenting both awards tomorrow is Senator McCain's son, Jack. Jack, welcome back. We are awarding Vladimir at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning, right here, in Dr. Tsai at 5:15 p.m. tomorrow, also right here. To emphasize the point about unbreakable relationship between security and democracy, tomorrow morning, right after receiving the prize, Vladimir will moderate a conversation with fellow heroes, people like him who put everything on the line for democracy in their country. Masih Alinejad from Iran, Leopoldo Lopez from Venezuela, Svetlana Tishkushnaya from Belarus, and No from Hong Kong. Now, none of our inspirational programming exists without the support of our generous partners. First among them is the Department of National Defense. Thank you. and also the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency, ACOA. ACOA President Laura Lee Langley is here. Thank you. Quite simply, we wouldn't be here without you. I want to thank Club HFX, the pro-democracy business club that most generously supports our work. Nancy Southern, Calgary-based ATCO Group Chairman and CEO, I want to give you a special shout out for your long-standing and generous support. Thank you and welcome back. Thank you, Boeing, for your steadfast support. Al Meisinger and Heidi Grant are here. And although they can't be here this weekend, I want to thank Çolak Holding and Oyak from Turkey for their continued support. And I am proud to report that we have 3 new Club HFX members in for 2024. Representing Google is Kent Walker, AWS, Shannon Kellogg, and Pansophico, Jerry Tilk. Thank you, each of you, for your confidence in what we do. Together, Club HFX ensures that the work we do here this weekend and throughout the year will continue. In short, without them, there would be no Halifax International Security Forum. Nancy, Al, Kent, Shannon, and Jerry, and I see we haven't given these to you yet, and senior members of their teams will be identified this weekend by gold lobster lapel pins. So when you see them, please do take a moment to stop and say thank you to them for their very generous support. Thank you for your very generous support. Come backstage afterwards and we'll get you the lobster pins properly. I want to thank American Edge, Apple, CADSI, CAE, CCC, MDA Space, Saab. We can't do this without you. Thank you also to NATO. Admiral Bauer is here. Acting Deputy Secretary General Ruge is here. And to the European Union. Thank you, Ipsos, for your generous cooperation. Thank you, Politico. And new this year, CPAC, our media partners. President Sadrio of Kosovo is here. Welcome back. And the Speaker of Ukraine's Parliament, Speaker Stefanchuk, is here. Welcome. In the Ukrainian system, the Speaker is the #2 official in the government after President Zelensky. Speaker, we are proud to have you. Thank you for everything you are doing to protect all of us from Russia's aggression. I want to take a moment to thank my team, Michael, Mekta, Spencer, Bilal, Sarah, Emily, Randy, Michaela, Kimberly, Katya, Dan, and Laura. Thank you. And the chair of our board of directors, Canadian icon, Professor Janice Stein, U.S. Ambassador Mark Lippert is our vice chair, Janice Mark. Thank you for your leadership. Treasurer Amit Tachildiz, President Kalinda Grabar-Kitarovic of Croatia, Dr. Luis Rubio of Mexico, J.J. Omajua of Nigeria, and our newest board member, just this morning, appointed to our board, Dean Felk from the People's Republic of Northern California. Thank you, each of you, for your wisdom and guidance and support. We have the best board of directors. We also have the best team who put this weekend on for you. Please thank them when you have a chance. Thank you, Minister Blair. Thanks to Minister Blair, we have the largest delegation of Canadian members of Parliament. Welcome, everybody. And last but not least, the Americans. Admiral Fagan, Admiral Paparo, General Saltzman, welcome. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, it seems like every one of you in this room called me to ask who was coming from the incoming Trump administration. I don't know. Maybe some of you in this room will go into the government. What I do know is that the United States Congress is a co-equal branch of government. And if you didn't know that before now, after this weekend, you will know it too. With us is an incredible delegation, and I am so grateful to Senator Shaheen and Senator Risch for leading it once again. Thank you, Senators. We look forward to honoring you this evening with our Builder Award. Senator Rounds, welcome back. It's so good to see you. Senator Kane, congrats on the win. Welcome back to a place where, yes, everyone knows your name. Senator Klobuchar, welcome for the first time. You might find the weather familiar, if not the food. And Representative and Senator-elect Kim, welcome. So glad you're here. Together, your delegation represents a so important voice at this moment, and we will all be looking to you to explain, really, what is going to happen next. Welcome. Now, I know that I suggested at the top that I wasn't going to talk about world events, but at the same time, since you all traveled long distances to get here, I might be negligent if I didn't say at least a few words. Ukraine. For the third year running, the survival of Ukraine's democracy is on the agenda here at Halifax. And for the third year running, we advance the argument that every international issue is linked to Ukraine's victory over Putin's Russia. Taiwan's security, indeed all of East Asia, Israel's security and the future of the Middle East, Africa, Latin America, every international issue is directly linked to Ukraine's victory over Putin's Russia. Victory. Judging from today's reports in traditional and social media, we might be forgiven for believing that Ukraine can no longer win the war against Russian aggression. This widespread forecast is not true. It was not true when all the experts said the same thing on February 24th, 2022, the date Putin invaded, and it is not true now. This conventional narrative is a jumble of doom and gloom. And here at Halifax, this year, we are going to change this doom and gloom narrative. You see, there is nothing new about this type of defeatism. The dustbin of history is filled with leaders who have preferred to avoid conflict than to stand firm and fight for what is right. At the birth of the United States in 1776, loyalists to the British Crown said it was impossible for a new nation to successfully declare its independence from Great Britain, the most powerful empire on earth. Thankfully, being outgunned, outmanned, outnumbered, and outplanned, the phrase made famous by the Broadway musical Hamilton, did not stop American patriots from taking a stand, fighting for liberty. If George Washington had been swayed by the cowards of the time and had France equivocated and stopped supplying weapons and supplies to the American colonies at the very moment when the situation looked most dire, there very well might not be an independent United States of America today. In fact, in many ways, Ukraine today is fighting its war of independence. Similarly, in World War II, a more recent but no less consequential war, many observers believed, including in the United States, that Europe should simply surrender to Hitler and avoid the death and destruction that standing against his armies might bring. In addition to admiring many of Nazi Germany's policies, including inhuman anti-Semitism, these cowards argued against supporting European democracies, including Churchill's United Kingdom during the Battle of Britain, because German forces were larger and stronger, and the smaller European countries could not possibly win. Going as far back as David's slingshot, history is filled with the underdog winning battles that the experts said were impossible to win. The defeatists were wrong in World War II. The defeatists were wrong during the American Revolution. And those who say that Ukraine cannot win today's war against Russia are also wrong. But it is worthwhile to take a second to remember accurately how we got here. Somehow, the narrative on that became a little jumbled up as well. Today's conventional narrative suggests that Canada, the United States, Europe, NATO, the EU all became unified the moment Putin attacked Ukraine. This is also false. When Putin attacked Ukraine, the democracies were divided. The democracies only became unified when President Zelensky stood firm and showed the world that he was unmovable. It was only when President Zelensky famously said that he did not need a ride, he needed ammunition, did the democracies become united. Had President Zelensky flinched, Russia would have taken all of Ukraine, divided Europe, and really threatened NATO. The whole world would be in a much, much darker place. For this, we all owe President Zelensky, and indeed all Ukrainians, eternal gratitude. In fact, next year is already 2025. A quarter of this century will be in the books. For his courage and his commitment to the universal values of freedom and democracy, it is not too soon to identify President Zelensky as the greatest person of the 21st century. Ukraine defended Kiev and then pushed the world's largest land power back. It was incredible. But somehow, also incredibly, in this era of instant gratification, Ukrainian success immediately turned to calls and expectations for a massive counteroffensive. Without the planes and the weapons that it needed, and without the permission to use the weapons it did have the way they needed to be used, Ukraine was fighting with at least one hand tied behind its back. And then all of us were then told that there was no way Ukraine could win this war against a much bigger, more powerful Russia. We've just passed 1,000 days of war in Ukraine, 1,000 days of displacement, of missing children, of rape, of death, 1,000 days of terror. But we've also just hit 1,000 days of courage, 1,000 days of determination, 1,000 days of Ukrainian strength and Ukrainian resolve. If Ukraine is not exhausted after these 1,000 days, how is it even possible that its friends and allies say that we are tired? And now, to top it off, an old word is being tossed around loosely as if it is something new: peace. Peace is not a mere word. It is not a new idea. Peace is the goal. Peace is the highest aspiration of all humanity. Of course it is. At the same time, we have learned through war and sacrifice that the absence of conflict is not the same thing as peace. More often than not, the absence of conflict only means more and greater conflict down the road. The truth that we all know is that there can be no real peace until Russia is out of Ukraine. Putin has shown the world who he is. He is a dictator. He is a murderer. So let us not be fooled. There can be no real peace until Russia is out of Ukraine. 1,000 days. After 1,000 long days, I guess it is easy to forget that other wars last much, much longer. The American War of Independence lasted 8 long years, 1775 to 1783. World War II was fought for 6 brutal years before victory, 1939 to 1945. There is no doubt that war is hell. There is no word. Tragically, however, some evils are only solved by war. Successful war against the British was the only mechanism for giving birth to the United States. And successful war against Hitler was the only means to end Nazi tyranny in Europe. Both victories set the world on a better course. Now, once again, The world is calling out for unity of purpose among democracies. Should the democracies work in stride, we can move together toward a new, prolonged era of real and shared prosperity, of peace. Today, in Halifax, we have a choice. We can choose the existing narrative that we're headed to an era of division, of might makes right, a dark, dangerous era of more violence and more war. Or we can change the narrative, and we can stand together with Ukraine until victory, leading to a new era of optimism around the world. Let's choose victory. Welcome to Halifax. Thank you. It's my honor to welcome Canada's Minister of National Defence, the Honourable Bill Blair, to the podium. Minister.
Well, thank you very much, Peter. Always a challenge to follow you and with all of your passion. First of all, good afternoon, friends. May I also extend a warm welcome to all of you who have traveled here to Halifax. And today, we are gathered on the traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people who have lived upon this land for generations. It's truly an honor and, quite frankly, a privilege to be in this room, to have the opportunity to welcome you to the 16th Halifax International Security Forum. I want to begin by acknowledging Peter Van Pra and Janice Stein, the entire team here at HISF, for their outstanding work in organizing this forum. I think you've made a huge difference for many of us in that you've given us an opportunity to come together, to learn from each other, to engage in an important dialogue. You've challenged our perspectives and our thinking, but you've given us an opportunity to learn. I think it's a unique chance we are given for all democracies to be able to talk freely and openly, with candor and with honesty. And it leads to frank conversations about the challenges that we all face, and hopefully to meaningful collaboration among all of us. Peter, every year you have provided us with the opportunity to come together and to speak on the defense and security environment. You make and continue to make a difference, and our thanks and sincere gratitude to your entire team for making that possible. Ladies and gentlemen, when I came to Halifax last year, as Peter indicated, I'd been in my current role for about 3 months. And I know that there were a number of people on my team who wanted me to come to Halifax and paint a rather rosy picture of Canada's work in defense. They wanted me to come here and tell you that we were doing awesome. Everything was great. But I knew that wasn't true. And so I felt very strongly that although I had some good things to say about things that we were doing, I didn't want to give that speech to you all because it would not have been candid. It would not have been frank. It would not have been honest. And this is the forum for open and honest conversation between friends. And so when I came here last year, I spoke about what we needed to do going forward. And I tried to be honest with all of you. Canada needed to do more. We needed to go faster. We needed to spend more money. But it wasn't simply to meet a spending metric provided by our friends and allies and a spending metric that we had committed to. It was because we needed to invest in our own national defense. We needed to invest in our own armed forces. We needed to support the remarkable men and women who choose to serve their country in uniform and defend their country. We also had to live up to our obligations to our international partners, our friends and our allies. We had made commitments. And I think through decades of underinvestment, we were not fulfilling that promise, and we needed to do more. The discussions that we had here, I think really was an opportunity for us to learn how to go forward together. Now, the increasing threats of our adversaries, Peter's already articulated them very well, and of course with the compelling video that he shared, but certainly the activities of our adversaries like China and Russia, Iran and North Korea are global, and they're in fact interrelated. They are intended to challenge the international order that has kept us all safe and prosperous and sow instability among our own people and within our own nations. And it demands an appropriate, united, and strong response from us. As you all know, Russia's brutal and illegal invasion of Ukraine has directly challenged the rules-based international order that has kept us safe for over 80 years. And let us acknowledge the people of Ukraine who have been bravely facing that challenge. Their men and women who are on the very front lines, who have sacrificed not just with their energy, but with their blood. And they are fighting for freedom and democracy. And I also want to take the opportunity to acknowledge the Speaker and the entire Ukrainian delegation. Thank you for taking the time to be here. We are inspired by your example, your strength, and your resolve. You know, I've often heard about some of the challenges and concerns that were expressed about the state of NATO in the past. But I think the conflict in Ukraine and the inspiration provided by their leadership is perhaps the most undeniable value. They've demonstrated the undeniable value of collective defense. I believe the NATO of today, and I want to acknowledge the NATO leadership and the leadership of many of its participants. We are stronger today. We are more united. We are deeper united in our resolve. We're learning how to work together, and we are all collectively answering the call to do more and to do it together. I believe that Vladimir Putin's intent in 2022 was to weaken NATO, and I believe that he has failed completely in that effort. He has deepened our resolve to defend Ukraine and to work together. I wanted to acknowledge that, in particular, Secretary Lloyd Austin, America's Defense Secretary, for his remarkable work in bringing allies and partners together through the UCG, and also the leadership of NATO in helping us come together. Russia's threats to our collective security are extending well beyond their attack on Ukraine. They remain highly capable of projecting air, naval, and missile forces across Europe, as well as through the Arctic to threaten North America. And as we know, Russia is asserting its strategic dominance around the world through cyber intrusions, through global disinformation campaigns, funding armed, grouped, and terrorist organizations. And these actions not only threaten Europe and North America, but they are a challenge to NATO, and they are a challenge to all of our allies and our interests around the world. I think it's important to also acknowledge that China is also increasingly flexing its power and using its economic might to advance its goals of reshaping the international order. The development of new and disruptive technologies are rapidly redefining conflict and what it takes to be safe and secure. It's one of the reasons in my country we've undertaken the Indo-Pacific strategy, where we've made a promise to become a more reliable, dependable partner in that region. We have now undertaken a number of transits through the Taiwan Strait to uphold the important principle of freedom of navigation through international waterways. We do that with our allies. We do that with our friends. I think we demonstrate to the world that we're united together to stand up for those rules. And I think all of us working together is an important part of our efforts to counter China's growing influence in the region and globally. We're also challenged by climate change, and it's having a transformational effect on our threat landscape. And in our own Arctic, in Canada, we're finding our Arctic is warming at 4 times the global average, and it's becoming increasingly accessible. It's opening up economic opportunities, but it's also attracting the activities of non-Arctic states alike to share in the region's vast resources potential, and many of our adversaries are now paying attention, and they're seeking to exploit its strategic position. Our Arctic is a key part of our national identity, and we need to ensure its security and sovereignty. In our most recent defense policy update, which we released in April, we placed a huge emphasis for us on the Arctic because a strong presence there is required. You know, I often go to the Arctic, and what I heard from them there is Arctic sovereignty and Arctic security isn't occasionally a plane flying overhead or a ship sailing by when the water is out. And I said, okay, what do we have to do? It was rather startling. They said infrastructure. We need you to build highways. We need you to build fiber optic communications. We need power plants, water treatment plants. We need airports and runways. We need deep water ports. We need to invest in our community, and that's what our country has decided to do. Because if we want to maintain security in our collective security in the Arctic, it means we have to be persistently and reliably present there, which means we're going to have to make huge new investments. And if we're going to operate in the Arctic in a defense capacity, We've got to build the infrastructure necessary there to support it and build a stronger relationship with the indigenous people and northern communities that live in that region so that we can be stronger together. I think our greatest strength is on display right here in this room. Our collective defense, our shared vision of a free and secure world adhering to shared and respected values. It's why we gather here at the Halifax International Security Forum. And I understand we may not all agree on everything, but as democracies, we share common values and a united desire for safety and security and our prosperity. And we should make no mistake about this. Each of our individual national prosperities and global prosperity for the entire free world depends on our shared security. It's that collective commitment to defense that has led to a stronger NATO and working in partnerships on common goals and challenges. And for example, in the face of China and Russia's push into the Arctic, we have recently formed the Northern Defense Dialogue with like-minded Arctic nations. We know that as that area becomes more accessible to our potential adversaries, as the Arctic melts and as it could easily potentially become the main point of transit between Europe and Asian economies of trade, we know that we need to work together to a peaceful and prosperous future for the region, one where international rules are respected and adhered to. And if I may also speak just briefly about our relationship with our closest ally, our friend, our neighbor, the United States. This is something that Canadians deeply value, and we have always depended upon that relationship. It's an unparalleled alliance, especially illustrated through NORAD, which is our binational military command that keeps a vigilant eye on North American airspace and our vast marine approaches. NORAD defends our countries against threats in the air domain, and it's why we are working in partnership with the United States to invest quite significantly in NORAD modernization. We're making a generational investment in order to ensure that we maintain the safety of our continent, and we are stronger because we do it together. But we're also strengthening our relationship with other partners and allies. And for example, we've been very much engaged in conversations with Australia, with whom we share a close bond founded not only in our history, but in our language. Perhaps there are differences between us because we don't feel exactly the same way about cricket. But we face common threats and adversaries, and we know that those common threats and adversaries are quickly developing new offensive technologies. The wars we've seen that have taken place in Ukraine and in the Middle East demonstrate the need to work together and to adapt and defend against these significant security challenges. And today, because I am a politician, I'm going to make a bit of an announcement, and I'm very pleased to announce that Canada and Australia have today signed an agreement to work together on researching emerging missile threats with a focus on countering hypersonic weapon systems. And under this new agreement, yes ma'am, under this new agreement, which is very closely tied to all of our efforts collectively together on NORAD modernization, but under this agreement, Defence Research and Development Canada is going to work with Australian Defence Science and Technology Group to develop a range of solutions, and it's going to require an investment from both countries of $237 million over the next 5 years. Australia will match that contribution, and again, together, we will get to the solutions that we are going to require to defend ourselves in the new threat environment. Finally, I'd like to close, if I may, by acknowledging the members of my Canadian Armed Forces, and I am very honored to be here today with our new Chief of Defence, an extraordinarily capable and qualified commander who has brought a new vision and energy to our Canadian Armed Forces. The work that our sailors and our soldiers and our aviators and special forces and Canadian Rangers do every day is a huge part of what keeps our nation safe. And nothing that we do would be possible without them and without their support of their families and those who love them. That's why we are absolutely committed to continuing to attract the best talent from right across Canada. And equally important, we're making measurable progress so that our military members know that they can work in an environment which is safe, and respectful, and supportive. We have that obligation to them, and we're going to live up to that obligation. I think that's something I would like to actually have conversations with our friends in the room, because I think each of us is facing a huge challenge in reconstituting and making sure that we get the people, the right people, so that with the right skill sets and the right values to serve in our armed forces. We are absolutely committed to investing in those people, and we are taking every opportunity to learn from others on how to do this right. I would also want to acknowledge Canada is a diverse country, and we need great Canadians to step up and serve in our armed forces. And for us, that includes great women, great Indigenous candidates, great diverse peoples, great Canadians to serve in the armed forces. Last year, one of my purposes, as I've already acknowledged too, that I came here with a purpose to tell you not only that we recognize we needed to do more, but that we would do more. And I think that I've got some good news to share because we are doing more and we are seized with a sense of urgency. I want to explore with all of you every opportunity to accelerate our work and to move swiftly forward on the path that we've put forward. And through our collective allies, with our efforts, our allies and our industry partners, we know we can do better and we know we must do better. The interconnected nature of the world means that a threat to any of us is a threat to all of us, and particularly for those who share a commitment to freedom and democracy. So let us continue to learn from each other. Let's continue in these conversations. Let us be frank and candid and honest with each other. Sometimes it's very uncomfortable when you open yourself up to that candor. Sometimes it feels pretty difficult because of the criticism that you face. But I believe that criticism is wind in the sails. It gets behind us. And through, I think, your sincere concerns about the need for all of us to do more and all of us to do better, collectively, we will do more and we will do better. So, delegates of the Halifax International Security Forum, it's my true honor and pleasure to welcome you all here today. The floor is now all yours. Let's get to work.
Put you in the middle.
I think they told me to sit here. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Minister Blair, for those remarks. And thank you so much to Peter Van Praag for bringing us all together here and for the conviction and the passion that you imbue this event with every year with your deep devotion to the importance of democracy and liberty. My name is Louisa Savage. I am Executive Editor for Growth at Politico, and we are very proud to be a media partner on this event. We are covering it in detail in a number of our newsletters, so please, we invite you to read National Security Daily, Morning Defense, and Ottawa Playbook. It's a great honor for us to be here as we are growing our operations as an independent news organization in the United States, in Europe, in the UK, and here in Canada. So what a moment for all of us to gather as we stand here at the cusp of what Peter's called a new era, both for the United States and for the world. And I cannot think of anyone better capable of helping us navigate what lies ahead and to set the stage for this weekend than two prominent senators, both former governors, who have served as the leading force for, I think, 5 years of the United States congressional delegation here at Halifax. They're very unique. They have this very strong bipartisan working relationship and respect between the two, which I think ought to serve as a model for many more people in Washington. And so it's fortuitous that in the next Congress, they are expected to hold the most senior positions on the Senate Foreign Relations Committee as chairman and ranking member. So thank you for being here. And welcome, Senator Jim Risch from Idaho and Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire. There's obviously so much to talk about, but I'll just jump in with the question on everyone's minds. Now that the heated rhetoric of the campaign is behind us.
Mostly.
Mostly, hopefully. And you know, our allies are here together to hear from you, really for your candid and clear-eyed analysis of where America goes next, America's role in the world. What do you expect America's role in the world to look like under a new administration and a new Congress? And I'd love to hear from both of you as senators what you expect from Senator Marco Rubio as the incoming Secretary of State. And I'd like to invite Senator Risch to start since you're representing the Republican side of the House.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. First of all, let me say I apologize first. I'm not nearly as prepared as I should be. I got this and I was advised I was going to be on a panel entitled "A New Era's Arrive." And I'd read that Taylor Swift was bringing her tour here. So I expected to be on a panel with Taylor Swift, but I'm glad to have you, Gene. Well, look, this is that's a pretty general question to start with. I guess I'll start with Marco Rubio. Marco is the closest friend I have. In fact, I was a national surrogate for him when he ran for president in 2016, which I might say that President Trump reminds me of every time we get into a heated discussion. But he is a good friend of mine, a close personal friend. He sits next to me on the Intelligence Committee. I'm the senior Republican on that, as well as Foreign Relations, and he sits next to me on the Foreign Relations Committee. We have very common ideas about foreign relations and those related matters. And so, look, I was just delighted when I thought possibly he was going to get the tap for vice president. That didn't work, but I was delighted that President Trump took him as Secretary of State. I have in fact, there's only one person in the United States Senate I'd have more confidence in than him getting that position out of the 100 people. That's myself, of course. But I'm enthusiastic about Marco, and we're going to do our best, and Gene and I have talked about this. We're going to do our best to have him confirmed as Secretary of State on the same day as the president is inaugurated. So we'll move forward in that regard. I think that, first of all, President Trump has ideas on foreign relations and national security and that sort of thing, which every head of state does. He expects that the people that he appoints people that he believes will enact those kinds of things and support his policies. The national media in the United States is just, they're all spun, with all due respect to Politico, of course, is all spun up about, gosh, he's appointing these people that are loyalists. Well, duh. Who would you expect to appoint? Someone who's not loyal? Governor, I suspect when you were governor like I was, the list I had was pretty much made up of people who were loyal to me, and if they said they weren't, they wouldn't be on the list. So don't be surprised at that. I guess, I don't know if you want me to talk about the Ukraine. I don't know if you want to turn this into where does Ukraine go? I think that's the elephant in the room here that we talk about.
That everyone wants to hear is, President Trump has said he would negotiate an end to the war in Ukraine before he even is inaugurated.
On the first day.
Right.
On the first
and you heard Peter say earlier there can be no real peace until Russia is out of Ukraine. So what do you think are the chances that the U.S. will stand with Ukraine until victory, or will Trump seek to give part of Ukraine to Putin and move on?
Yeah. Look, I know President Trump well. I consider him a friend. Worked with him incredibly closely in his first term. I expect to work with him incredibly closely in his second term. During the campaign, he was, first of all, to know Donald Trump, you have to understand, this man hates war. He is moved anytime a United States serviceman or woman is lost. One, he has incredible understanding of what war really means. He does not want war. He wants peace. I say that as my judgment. I'm not speaking for him. Nobody speaks for President Trump. But he said that, first of all, and I agree with him 100% when he said that invasion would have never happened if he'd have gotten a second term. I believe that. But now he's going to be handed this as he starts his second term. And he has said, I'm going to end that on the first day in office. Now, I believe that's a euphemism for this is very high priority for me. I think he probably will do some things that as he starts before he takes that first day in office, or maybe he could do it the first day in office. But he has this as a high priority. This is a man who, when he says he's going to do something, you really ought to listen to him, because he has a tremendous history of accomplishing what he sets out to do. He says he's going to end this war. Now, I know all of you are saying, well, how is that going to happen? And I have ideas on that. I know he has ideas on that, and others do. But he has a way of negotiating with people and talking with people to get things done.
Well, in 1 minute, can you tell us your view, like on what the way would be?
No. And I'll tell you why. I don't want to step. I don't want to step on that message. I would say this. There's people that I've heard people that I laugh at say, "Oh, well, you know, Trump's just in the pocket of Putin." Trump is in the pocket of no one, and I think Putin knows that. I would say this: when Putin gets that phone call, and he will, he needs to listen very, very carefully to what President Trump lays out for him. The last thing he wants to do is to get on the wrong side of President Trump. President Trump will do his best to bring this to a conclusion. We all know wars end when both sides either one side completely defeats the other militarily, or the other side, or both sides get tired of fighting. We're at a place where it is time to talk about this, and President Trump is going to talk about this, and I would strongly urge the parties that are involved in that to listen carefully to what he has to say. My view, as far as the war is concerned now, Russia has already lost this war. Ukraine hasn't won it, but Russia has lost it. They set out to do two things. They set out to invade, to take Kyiv, to set up a puppet government, and then occupy the country virtually like they're doing in Belarus. That was their objective. They did not get that done. They will never get that done. The brave people of Ukraine have said, you will never do that. And I believe them. I've talked to a lot of them, and when they say they'll fight to the death to protect their country, I believe that. At the same time, everybody needs to listen to President Trump when he says, what do we need to do to get this done? That's what I have to say.
Senator Shaheen, do you share that, I guess, optimism, or do you have a different expectation?
Well, clearly the Ukrainians are going to have to weigh in on what happens there. And so I think, as Peter said so eloquently, that we all of us in democracies owe a debt of gratitude to the courageous Ukrainians for standing up to Vladimir Putin. You know, I really appreciated the opening video this afternoon because I got to go to the 80th anniversary of Normandy this year. I had never been to Normandy. My father fought in World War II. I lost an uncle in World War II. And to see the veterans who were still there, aged from 97 to 107, and to listen to the leaders, the allies who fought that war, because that to me was the message that came out of Normandy, that came out of this video that Minister Blair talked about. It is that idea of collective defense. The United States has an important role, but what has made us so strong is our allies, our ability to put together a coalition and to work together. And that clearly is going to weigh in prominently in what happens in Ukraine, in what happens in Taiwan, in what happens in the Middle East. This is those of us who care about democracy, who believe that that's the right of people to be free, to enjoy freedom, working together are able to address these kinds of conflicts.
Do you think that if the conflict were to come to an end with some territory, staying in Russia's hands, does that risk emboldening China, Iran, the crinks, as Peter calls him? I mean, how risky is that?
Listen, there's no doubt that our adversaries are watching what happens in Ukraine. They're watching to see if we are going to make good on our commitments when we weigh in. They're watching to see, we know that President Xi in China has already looked at his timetable for Taiwan based on Ukraine. So I think that's very important. One of the things that I think is most concerning that has happened as the result of the war in Ukraine is this development with Iran and China and Russia and North Korea, where they're now all supporting Putin in his effort in Ukraine. And so make no mistake, they're looking at the outcome there. And I think we make a big mistake in NATO, in the free world, if we blink on this and say we are no longer going to support the Ukrainians in this effort.
Senator Risch, do you think President Trump sees that connection?
Well, no doubt he sees that connection. Look, I think that most people who work in this lane have come to the conclusion that I have, and I watched what I said a year ago. I guess it was a year ago that it was concerning to have these bad guys come together. Look, if you're looking for a new era in the world, look for an era where you have what I call the no-goodniks group and the good guys on the other side. You have democracies, capitalist, free market, free people with high degree of sensitivity for human rights on one side, and on the other side, you have autocracies that are socialist, communist governments. And those poles are coming closer and closer and tighter together. I think the challenge of the 21st century is we've got to figure out how to live on this planet together without killing each other. Armed conflict is not a good resolution now, nor has it ever been, but especially now because of nuclear weapons and everything else. So we ought to agree on some lines that we're not going to cross. You know, we call it the United Nations. We're not united anymore. We never were united. We certainly aren't united now because of this polarity of our values are very different. And neither side is going to change. So the first thing we ought to agree on is that no country is going to try to invade or take over another country. By the way, that was the foundation of the United Nations. And the United Nations is sitting here. They can't even pass a resolution condemning this, for crying out loud. There needs to be a rethinking of this and a rethinking that, yeah, we are different. Yeah, we do have different views of life, but imperialism can't be part of either side's calculus. It really can't. Or we got bad troubles ahead of us.
But I think one of the things that's important here is that there's tremendous bipartisan support for those sentiments. You know, Donald Trump's election has been presented as, oh, you know, foreign policy is going to go way over here, and what's the United States going to do? But the reality is support for Ukraine, support to address the pacing threat from China. Those are strong bipartisan values that we agree on. So I think the suggestion that things are going to change so dramatically is not entirely true because Congress is an independent branch of government, and right now there's a lot of bipartisan support for the foreign policy values that Jim talked about, that I talked about, and that we're talking about being here in this forum.
You know, I want to agree violently with what my
Not too violent.
colleague just said. This is a bipartisan issue, and there is a lot of agreement. You will see people, you heard a little bit of it on the screen here, that are dissidents in that regard. We're a democracy. People do say things differently than that. There is a view of some people differently than what we have or what Jean just expressed. When somebody utters that, it gets a tremendous amount of ink. It gets a tremendous amount of coverage, and people start overweighting that as to what the view in the United States is. It isn't. What I think Jean described is about as well as can possibly describe, that we are a nation that has different views, but fundamentally, our values are very much the same.
Well, one of the people who has different views, you know, it's interesting, you sit on the Senate Intelligence Committee, right? And you've worked on issues of disinformation by foreign adversaries. I even read that this summer you introduced legislation to stop foreign influence on land and energy policy by preventing the Bureau of Land Management's electronic public comment system from being sabotaged by foreign adversaries and AI bots, which I thought was fascinating. There's no question we're in the middle of information wars, disinformation wars, that this is shaping public opinion in many countries. So given all that, the nominee for Director of National Intelligence.
I know where this is going, by the way,
Tulsi
but
Gabbard.
finish your question.
Well, I mean, she's been criticized for openly echoing what many people consider the Kremlin line on Russia's invasion of Ukraine and blaming it on NATO. Her TV comments get amplified on Russian state media, and this would, in this role, she would be controlling the brief, the intelligence brief that the president gets, right? I'm just wondering if you have concerns about her taking on that role, overseeing U.S. intelligence, and what criteria do you think your colleagues in the Senate should apply to assessing that nomination?
I think, first of all, let me say, we have 17 intelligence agencies in the United States. And there are thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that work in intelligence. Those intelligence agencies, by the way, told us that the Ukraine war would last 3 days, maybe 3 weeks at the most, okay? All but one of them. One of them said, not so fast. But 16 of the 17 said that. But there are thousands of people involved in that. I wouldn't focus on one person. We here in the Intelligence Committee, we don't have a person come in that controls the information to us. It is through these 17 different intelligence agencies, and that's going to continue. That's not going to change within those within the intelligence agencies and those thousands of people. Again, you have a variety of thought, but I am not concerned that a person is going to influence the president to the point where he changes his basic view on things.
On the issue of the nomination, Senator Shaheen, last time we spoke on a panel at Halifax, it was about women and girls in Afghanistan. And you have been a champion for women's rights around the world. And also, as a senior member of the Senate Armed Services Committee, you were important in its adoption of reforms on the Uniform Code of Military Justice to address sexual assault in the military. You'll be voting on the confirmation of the nominee for Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, and he has said that he is against women serving in combat roles. He is also facing a sexual assault allegation that was made against him, according to an unsealed police report. And I know a lot goes into these confirmations, but I'm wondering on those specific points, what message do you think that appointment would send to the women in the armed forces?
Well, we have a process. There will be a hearing. There will be an opportunity to ask questions of the nominee. And hopefully there will be a background check done that will uncover whether there are any other concerns. I think we need to say very clearly to women in the United States, we would like those women who are interested, who meet the qualifications, to join the military. Right now, about 18% of our military are women. We are not meeting our recruitment goals as it is. If women think they can't participate fully in our military, take on combat roles, that's going to have an impact on what women are willing to join our military. That's going to have a significant impact on our readiness, on our ability to do the mission of the men and women in the armed services. And I think that will be very clearly asked at the hearing for Mr. Hegseth. I think the issue of sexual assault, as we've heard some other senators refer, is a concern in our military. It's one that we have not fully addressed yet. We've taken a number of steps. There's a lot of effort to do something about that. The intent, and everybody understands how important that is, but it hasn't been fully addressed yet. I don't think having somebody who has a questionable record on that issue is a message to the women of the military that we want to send or the women of the country that we want to send. But again, I think we've got to follow through on the process that we have. I believe that the committee is going to ask those questions. I certainly intend to ask some of those questions. I think we also have a management issue within the Department of Defense. It's our biggest department within the United States government, the most people serving there. We need to make sure that whoever is in charge there has the ability to address the cooperation and collaboration that needs to happen within that department. And I certainly agree there are some changes that need to be made. I would bet that everybody here representing the United States military would agree with that.
Your colleague, Senator Kramer, said in an interview with Politico he should retract those comments to get confirmed. Do you agree with that, Senator Risch, on women in combat?
The women in combat situation. Look, I think it's delusional for anybody to not agree that women in combat creates certain unique situations that have to be dealt with. I think the jury's still out on how to do that. I'm not a military person. I rely on the military to handle those kinds of things. What I demand of the military is that they focus on the number one job they have, and that is winning, if indeed we get into combat. So I'll leave that to them to sort that out.
On the last 2 seconds we have here, we're in Canada, which was a founding member of NATO, of course, and Canada's also hosting this weekend the NATO Parliamentary Assembly. Congressman Mike Turner, who is heading the U.S. delegation there, told my colleague in no uncertain terms that there would be no NATO if other countries spent the way Canada does on defense. Very critical of Canada's spending, not to the 2% level. We heard from Minister Blair, Canada's working on it, doing more. There's some discussion here about what should the focus of Canada's military spending be. Professor Stein has written a paper arguing it should be on the Arctic. Minister Blair was talking about the Arctic today. Do you think that is kind of where Canada can make the biggest impact for collective security is in the Arctic, or do you think it's somewhere else, Indo-Pacific or any other place?
You know, that's a really good question. Break it into two parts. First, the good news. The United States is negotiating with Canada, not negotiating as much as discussing with Canada how they should spend, where they should spend, getting the biggest bang for the buck. That's the good news. Good discussions. Not really a lot of dissent on either side. Let's go to the bigger question, and that is the dollar amount. That statement that was made wasn't about that NATO would be in a tough place if everybody spent like Canada does. That wasn't very diplomatic. Unfortunately, it was true. It is a hard thing to look our friends in the eye and say, look, folks, we all made an agreement. We're all in this together. NATO is the strongest, most successful, the best military alliance in the history of the world. Putin found that out. He didn't think that was going to be the case, I believe, when he did the invasion. He thought it would split NATO. NATO today is stronger than it has ever been. The commitment is stronger than it ever been. We have a couple of recalcitrants, which we beat about the head and shoulders unmercifully every time I get the opportunity. We've added 2 really, really strong members. Gene and I both worked on that and pushed that very hard. But look, we made a deal. Let's all pull together. Now, with all due respect, my good friends from Canada, I will say, they say, well, we're working on this. And so we say, what does that mean? They say, well, you know, we're kind of looking at 2032. I do not speak for the President of the United States, the President-elect of the United States. If he were in this room, you would get a very large guffaw from him on talking about 2032. It's got to be better than that. It truly, truly has to be better than that. We love Canada. It's our closest ally. It's our border. It's our cousins. It's our friends. But we made the deal. Let's do the deal.
Senator Shaheen?
Yes, I think it's positive that we now have a firm commitment from Canada that they're going to try and increase defense spending, and we've seen some progress on that. We had a very good discussion last year with Minister Blair on the need to increase defense spending. I think Arctic would be a very positive place to address the challenges that we're going to face there, because we're seeing the incursion by Russia and China into the Arctic. It's a problem for Canada, it's a problem for the United States, it's a problem for all of the countries that border the Arctic, and we better get busy and recognize that's a challenge that we need to start addressing.
Let me put a fine point on this to end it, and that is when President Trump took office the first time around, there were 3 of the 30 nations that were making their 2%. Today, because of his pressure, we're up to only a handful now that aren't doing the 2%, and one of them is Canada. And I can tell you, Gene and I both deal with the Europeans all the time, and there are a lot poorer countries and a lot of countries that are in more difficult financial position than Canada is that are stepping up and doing the 2% right now. We need to all get on board.
Well, thank you. On that note, I think we're out of time, but what a great way to begin. So many ideas for us to continue to think about and talk about for the rest of the weekend. Thank you, both of you, for your insight.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Peter, I'm going to go off script for just one moment. There's the videographer, Steve. If you stand up for 1 minute, Steve. I think for many of us, these videos are one of the signature elements of the Halifax Forum. So thank you for all that creativity that you enable. I think Senator Risch really got us going, didn't he, when he said there are new eras arriving? And he started us off by saying that one of the things that differentiates this era from the one we're leaving behind, and I loved his words, there are a bunch of no-goodniks that have come together in an alliance that were not there even a decade ago. I think all of us, in a sense, there's a consensus that the end of history is over. There is an end to the end of history. We've left that naivete behind, frankly. And our leaders, military leaders, political leaders, are not only thinking about the no-goodniks, but they are thinking, as our video showed, about the challenges to liberalism and democracy from populist movements that are arising in your country, Admiral Bauer, and across the democratic world. That some of our liberal international students, he talked about the UN as well, are in decline, if not in decay, when we look back. The civilians, and we're going to talk about that on this panel, civilians are now at the center of the battle space, and that is a challenge for all of us. Climate change, which senators, and you talked about, Peter, is accelerating. And we have new domains of conflict, not only land, air, sea, but cyber, space, which are increasingly important when we think about the future. So our panel is going to focus on the role of the changing battle space, the kind of shape-shifting forces which are challenging us to think hard about what the battle space will look like, how it is evolving, and frankly, what we have learned from Ukraine in these really, really tough 1,000 days. So it's a pleasure to welcome all the panelists. At the end, and you're going to forgive me if I use your nickname because it's so good, General Chance Saltzman, Chief of Space Operations, so from here on in, you're Salty. Mohammed Abulahoum from Yemen, the Chairman of the Justice and Building Party. And next to Mohammed is Dr. Kochav El-Kayam Levy, who has worked with the women who experienced rape, and frankly, as a war crime, on October the 7th. And next to me is Admiral Bauer, a great friend of the Halifax Security Forum, a champion of the Women for Peace Fellowship Program, and oh, by the way, coincidentally, has led NATO for the last 5 years. Admiral Bauer, let me start with you. You have been so close to the evolving battle space in Ukraine. This is an old war and a very new war. Civilians have borne the brunt of this war, certainly in Ukraine. How do you think about the most fundamental challenges to the shape of the battlefield? What do you see coming forward?
I think it's important to notice, and Peter talked about the war that is ongoing now, approaching its third year. But actually, we're not talking about 1,000 days. We're actually talking about almost 4,000 days that this war is ongoing.
Yeah.
Because it started in 2014.
Yeah.
And I think in the military, in NATO, the thinking about what we needed to do started after the annexation of Crimea. So the whole thinking back to collective defense was the result of the annexation of Crimea. And so this huge shift in thinking in the alliance, back from going away from crisis response operations back to the core business, basically, of collective defense started in 2018, 2019. And that has resulted in all these strategies and plans and the things that have been agreed by all the leaders in the different summits. So that is one. I think it is important to note, to basically understand where this all started. It was because of the Russians, because of the Russian actions in 2008 in Georgia, in 2014 in Crimea, in 2022 in the whole of Ukraine. It was not NATO started this war, all this nonsense that you hear. If the Russians were really afraid of NATO, they would have responded completely different to the annexation, to the accession of Finland to the alliance. With a border of about 900 miles, they didn't send one soldier to the border with Finland. So NATO is not a threat to the Russians, and they know it. So this is about the fear of democracy. This is about them fearing democracy. Because if the people in Ukraine are able to control their government, to make sure that people can live the life they want to live, then the people in Russia might crave that too. That is the reason. And so I think for all of us, there's much more at stake than just Ukraine. It's important enough to fight for Ukraine, don't get me wrong, but there is much more at stake. This is about the rules-based international order, which was set up after 2 devastating world wars, where all of us, including China and Russia, said, this never again. That's why we have that rules-based international order. It's not an American system. It's not for nothing that the Chinese and the Russians are a permanent member in the UN Security Council, because they were part of setting up the system. So I think in many ways what we see is that, and there is a danger, I think, that we actually might see that the one rules-based international order that we have might split up in 2, where we have our part of the world in the present set of rules, and another part, and it might be BRICS or something, that is setting up another set of rules.
Do you already see that happening?
I think it is happening. I think it is moving in that direction. I think they're not successful yet, because, and the narrative of BRICS, I think, is that basically 1 billion people, which is what we defend in NATO, is owing half the economy in the world and half the military might in the world. And the other 7 billion have to divvy up the other half. And that's not fair. So I think that is sort of the narrative. It's a strange construct, BRICS, because India and China hate each other, but they're both in BRICS. So what is it? But I think there is an attempt to sort of group together other nations to make sure there is a counterweight to what we do. I think they're not that successful, because what we have in NATO is an amazing thing on the political and the military level. On a daily basis, we discuss everything with each other. And there's no organization in the world to be found like that.
I'm coming back to you about the civilians. And, you know, again, the civilians have frankly been on the front line in Ukraine, and the damage to the civilian infrastructure in Ukraine is something that we don't talk about. But if you look at the winter that's coming, and the destruction of the energy infrastructure, this is a battle space that is not only along the front lines. So how we begin to think about that. But Kochav, your work is directly related to this. On October the 7th, there was an attack across the border in which women were a principal target, and we had probably the most concentrated period of rape, which was used as a weapon of war. Tell us how the work that you're doing, which is both identification of the women, recording their testimonies, and this, by the way, entirely civilian, as a result of a civilian commission of inquiry, so it is civil society. How does your work lead you to think about where the lines of the battle space are?
Yes. So thank you so much. First of all, what an honor to be here with you and to have the opportunity to share with you what we've seen during the past year and a half. So actually, I want to start by anchoring myself before October 7. I'm an international law professor. I teach international law, women's rights, feminist theory, and I've been very involved with a women's protest movement in Israel. And we found ourselves on October 7th quite shocked from the horrific crimes and brutality that was inflicted against civilians, against women and children, entire families that were taken into Gaza. And the first thing that we did is turning to the UN and turning to international organizations to stand with us, to condemn the crimes, to respond to what we've seen. And when we understood that there was no response, we started documenting these crimes ourselves. We started documenting the crimes against women and children and documenting the horrific sexual abuse that was inflicted on women. But what was very concerning is that when we started documenting what happened to both women and children, we started identifying a new pattern. We started identifying the abuse of families, the fact that the terrorists invaded houses, entered houses. We started seeing time and again videos that the terrorists took themselves of them entering the houses, destroying everything inside, the faces of the parents, of the siblings, terrified, sometimes minutes after they just saw the murder of their family members. And then we understood that we're seeing really a new crime against humanity. We started to understand that, I called international colleagues around the world and I asked them, have you heard of this? Have you heard of the weaponization of families? Have you heard about the abuse of families done as a weapon of war and as a strategy of war? And when we understood this has not been conceptualized, thanks to the help of Professor Erwin Kotler, we started documenting these crimes and understanding that it has to be defined. And talking about new eras, we defined it as a kinocide, kin as in familial relationships, side as in the systematic weaponization of families. And I want to explain something, perhaps just as a last sentence. When we started seeing the abuse of families, I thought I've seen the worst. But really, if there is hell, this is how it looks like. Someone abusing your kins, someone killing your loved ones in front of your house, in front of your eyes. And this is something we all have to fight. We all have to fight.
We're going to come back to that again because I think that's a theme that is going to run across all four about the centrality of civilians now, even when it looks like there's a front line around which the militaries organize themselves. Mohammed, you are in Yemen where you've seen up close how a relatively small group have organized and been able to adapt the use of weapons to, in fact, the Houthis to control choke points, critical maritime choke points in the Middle East. How does this happen? And as we're thinking about weaponization of new kinds of forces, how do you stop that from happening?
Thank you very much. I'll just touch on this. Nobody does approve or sees this as an act of is accepted what's happening in the sea. It's something that we all denounce. But let me look at the bigger picture and then come back. War is miserable. War is a catastrophe everywhere. And I'll just repeat what Peter said. The division, dark, and danger, and violence, and everything else. We've been witnessing it in the region. For the last 75 years plus, we've been in this dark tunnel. And we continue insist to stay in this dark tunnel, nobody's going to win. So what happens in Yemen or what happens in Iraq or what happens, it involves everybody in the region. So what we need right now is to seriously think and look to the future. We need peace in that region. Out of misery that's been happening right now, and the numbers, whether in October, whether in Gaza, whether everywhere else, nobody is with the violence anymore. We are sick and tired of this violence. So how can we look forward 25? I hope that 25 will move us forward and let us move from this dark tunnel. I am optimistic that we will reach somewhere, especially, and I hope this the new administration, if they continue in the direction of ending the war, let's just end the war, take a pause, and then start a serious dialogue, and I'm sure we will reach somewhere. And the key to many of the problems is that a serious dialogue has to be conducted, and I hope the international community and the US and many of the internationals will help the Palestinians and the Israelis to get a deal done. Once they get this deal done, everybody else in the region will file in, and no more excuses. The area has had enough, and if we don't get this opportunity, what is the alternative? The alternative is another 10, 15, 20, 30, 40, 60, 80 years. I think the area cannot afford. So this is where I hope that the 2025 will be the beginning of the serious step to see peace in that region, and I hope we are in that direction.
You know, I think, Mohammed, you make a really, really important point, and they're related to one, violence radicalizes. And it's more difficult sometimes after intense violence of the kind that you've described to actually think yourself out and move to some sort of dialogue. But I was chatting with Senator Shaheen just as we were getting ready, and there is an opportunity in the phrase "end the fighting." There is an opportunity if the members of the region can seize it and use it and shape the future differently. General Saltzman, you work in Space Command and have spoken eloquently about the importance of space and how the security of all the NATO members and Canadians are actually very attentive to space and to how important it will be, how it functions in a sense as a new platform for communication, both military and civilian. How do you see, is space in fact now part of an evolving battlefield in the new era? And how do we actually, I'm going to ask you this question because I know you think hard about it and it's come up throughout the day. How do we work with the innovators in the private sector in a more constructive and frankly speedy way? I know that's something that our minister thinks about all the time. How do we build those bridges so that we can do better than we've done?
Well, thank you. First, let me just say it's so delightful to be back in Canada. The people are so nice. The weather is so
warm.
Predictable. If I can get my hands on a beaver tail, this is going to be the greatest weekend. This is terrific. United States Space Force was established because so much has changed relative to the security of the space domain. But I think it starts with a critical understanding of how important space has become. And I'm a little bit intimidated, I have to tell you. This panel is dealing every day with very tangible, tactile challenges, atrocities. The dangers that they're addressing I want to say they're easy to see. We see videos, we see reporters telling us about it in anecdotes that are heart-wrenching. The dangers in space are a lot more invisible. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that we don't think of things as being so far-fetched, so far out of mind, out of sight, out of mind, that we don't pay attention to the criticality of it. I'm a little worried that, like power lines, cell towers, they almost become invisible in the landscape. They're so ubiquitous, we understand what they do, that we quit paying attention to them. And I think to some degree, space could be like that. 40% of agriculture depends on data gathered from space, worldwide. My dad tells me, go ahead.
GPS.
Yeah, my dad tells me all the time, hey, I'm not worried about GPS. As long as my phone tells me where to go, I can get to the store. I don't know what the big deal is. And my mom says, I don't even go to the store. I just need my phone to get on Amazon and have them deliver directly to me. And I tell them, that's all Space Force, you're welcome. They're slowly coming along. But this is the kind of thing we have to make sure people understand is the criticality of space capabilities to our way of life, not just our national security, our collective national security. It's just becoming more and more critical. So once you understand how critical it is, you should recognize that our adversaries have recognized how critical it is and potentially how vulnerable it is. They've invested heavily in the ability to deny us those advantages that we gain from space capabilities. And I'm convinced that if the Space Force can't protect its space capabilities, and like militaries can't protect their space capabilities, we're going to struggle to meet military objectives. And I know people like Admiral Paparo understand in detail that if I can't deny an adversary the use of space-enabled targeting against our force, then we're also not going to be able to meet our security objectives. And that's what the Space Force is focused on. And yes, I think it's critical.
Say a little more, Salty, about how we work with innovators, because most of the advances in space technology are now occurring in the private sector. And that's new for militaries. That's a 15 or 20-year-old phenomenon, and it's challenging, frankly. How can we improve this process?
I've been involved in military space, taking advantage of the industry for more than 30 years now. So it is changing, but it's not new. What is really changing is the pace. If I wait 2 years to get funding and I spend 3 years writing a requirement and developing the right contract vehicles, by the time I start buying that thing which was innovative, it is overcome by the next technology. So I think the most important thing is to think not about resources and scale, it's to think about the time component. If we are not agile in our ability to use resources, to put them on contract and take advantage of what industry is doing on a very rapid scale, then we miss this huge opportunity.
I would never dare to speak on behalf of our minister, but I am telling you, the minister agrees with you. We have to do something. We have to be quicker and more nimble and more flexible. Are there mics in the room? Because I see we only have about 10 minutes. And if you put your hand up, the mic will come to you. Please ask a question rather than make a statement, and just tell us who you are. A one-sentence limit on the question. Where are the mics? Come on down. Okay. Right here. There we go. A one-sentence question, and just tell us which panelist you would like to answer the question. Go ahead. Yeah.
Admiral Samuel Paparo, Commander, United States Air Takeoff. And I didn't have a question, but I will gladly name
You do now.
Power, please tell us, for all of the group, how can all of us here in the room be most helpful in advocating for what can be most helpful to Ukraine, to our nations? Because it's
a great question.
So as we approach 2025, it's going to be so critical this year.
Great question. What's the best thing we can do? How can we be more effective?
A number of things is don't give up hope, and that was, Peter's point as well. There is hope. I mean, if there's anyone in the world, in the universe, to be able to do this, to correct this nut, it's us. So we have the money, we have the talent, we can do it. However, we don't have the focus yet. There's still not enough focus when it comes to defense production. We're 2.5 years into the war. There is more money available, more serious money, more money available in the different ministries of defense. But the chiefs of defense tell me I'm unable to buy anything. Or I hear in 2035 your missile will be delivered. and that's not good enough. So what we see is that prices go up and the delivery times go to the right. Therefore, we pay more for the same, which is not good either. And secondly, we don't get the stuff we need for collective defense. And thirdly, we cannot continue to support Ukraine at the pace that is necessary, because we have started to give away weapon systems and ammunition from our own stocks. And that was good because it was necessary, but we didn't start giving away from full warehouses. We started to give away from half-full warehouses or even worse. So the bottom of the barrel is visible in many nations, and that might not be the absolute bottom of the barrel, but it is sort of the bottom of the barrel where we're reaching the point of strategic reserve stocks, where you don't want to go under, because you need it also to defend yourself. And therefore, we need the industry to actually produce the stuff that we can then give to Ukraine. And the Russians have changed their economy to a wartime economy. The Russians now have friends. I mean, if North Korea is your best friend, you're not in a good place. However, the most isolated country in the world has now suddenly become a player, which is not only because of Russia, but also because of China, because they have allowed it to happen. And so, and that means that for Ukraine, they have not only given artillery, grenades, and missiles to the Russians, but now troops. Therefore, North Korea is part of the war of Russia and Ukraine. They are. There's another nation entering that war. That's a big thing.
It's the internationalization of the conflict.
And therefore, we now see a connection between the European theater and the Indo-Pacific because of that. So if people say NATO should not be involved in the Indo-Pacific or the other way around, actually North Korea is the proof that it is necessary to talk about this. And if you want to solve the war, if you want to come to peace in Ukraine, it's not enough. First and foremost, I cannot imagine it is in the interest of the United States that Putin comes out of any possible peace negotiations as the winner. I cannot imagine that that is in the interest of the United States. Secondly, you do not only have to talk to Russia now, but you also have to deal with North Korea. The North Koreans get technology and weapon systems and ammunition from the Russians as well. So this is also a threat for the US in another theater, Sam's theater, where now suddenly the Russian weapons show up in North Korea. So I mean, this is connecting the world in a way that we didn't think was possible. And so, and it is connected to China. China is not, at least until now, truly giving weapon systems, but it is giving everything to the Russians with which they make weapons. China keeps Russia in the fight. Without China, Russia would not be able to continue the war. China talks about, the importance of sovereignty and the internationally recognized borders, and it's all good what you hear, but they have still not condemned Russia for invading a sovereign state with internationally recognized borders. They have chosen the other side when I talk about these two systems. They want a set of rules, but no longer the present set of rules. And that's fine, but then you have to change the rules in accordance with the rules. And they don't do that. So there's a lot of nations that watch this war, and the autocracies look at us, who's going to flinch first? And that is a very serious situation. So not supporting Ukraine is not only to the detriment of Ukraine, but is also dangerous for us. And people have to understand that this war is about much more than Ukraine.
Could we have a mic for Nancy Southern, who's sitting in the front row? I just want to underline what Admiral Bauer said while we're waiting for the mic. The stockpiles are very low. They are very low. We are close to the critical edge. And we don't talk about that enough, I think.
I think artillery is getting better slowly. But it's especially the air defense that is the big challenge.
Yeah. Nancy.
Thank you. Nancy Southern, Chair and CEO of ATCO. Thank you very much, panelists and Dr. Stein. It's a great panel. Supply chain has come up on several occasions in several meetings over the past year. And in fact, 5 years ago, when Admiral Bauer was here, talked about supply chain and the availability of equipment, whether it's for space or whether for it's on the field, battlefield, and whether it's support personnel. My question to you, if we are looking at the serious situation that you've just described, when we talked about World War II, manufacturers in all of the democracies in the Western world fighting the front were able to mobilize their manufacturing and deliver supplies, whether it was munitions, whether it was tanks, whether it was gear for our military efforts, ships. If it takes 5 years to actually negotiate and start a contract, as you've pointed out, we're hooped. And we're ready. We are in the manufacturing business, Boeing, ourselves. We're ready to mobilize. There is lots of money. Not a penny's being spent. So how do we get government, defense, and industry to start collaborating on how we actually streamline the process of procurement?
Salty. I think that's one of the biggest issues we face, frankly.
There's no easy answer. Certainly, I'm not going to give you the answer to that question in a couple minutes. Maybe the first step is recognizing the depth of the problem and making sure that people that are in a position to change policies, change regulations, control the funds, not put the U.S. in a continuing resolution, for example, where it's hard to let the contracts. There's a lot of things that can be done, I think, if you look in and truly acknowledge that the problem exists and that it could be crippling when we have to really accelerate the capacities. I have seen, on the positive side of this, I have seen a more proactive approach to this. In the old days, I remember saying, well, you know there's a supply chain problem when you suddenly have a delay to the program. And then you start going backwards to figure out where the problem existed. There's a lot more work being done to try to be more transparent and understand what the supply chain is as you go into production. It's not as far along as it should be, but I think there's some level of proactivity. But it's about us scrubbing the policies, regulations, and the way we do resourcing, those procedures, with that in mind, knowing that we're going to have to scale faster than 5 years to be effective.
Admiral Bauer wants
I think it's a mutual chokehold, what happens. It's the government dealing in the old ways. It's the industry dealing with it in the old ways. Too much focus on efficiency, not focused on effectiveness. I mean, COVID is a good example. We all agreed that was a crisis that needed to be solved quickly, and it was actually done. If you look at how the vaccine was produced, it is amazing. A lot of money was put on the table by the governments, and the industry did what they had to do. I think we can have the same result if you look in what happens in Ukraine or in Israel when it comes to innovation and how quick it gets to the battlefield, and how procedures are skipped, and how, I mean, for us it's committees, and it is is the safety there, is everybody happy? No, I mean, if in Israel something is invented tonight, it will be used tomorrow morning if they're convinced it will help them, and the same in Ukraine. But for us, it's still like, we have our own problems, and it's somewhere else, and it's not really our problem. And it is our problem. And we can solve it. Honestly, I think we can solve it. But we need to focus, and we need to, to make sure that we get all the energy in the right place to solve it. We can solve it. If Ukraine can solve these things on their own, we can solve it as well. But we have to agree it is a crisis.
One of the advantages of having Admiral Bauer with us 5 years running is you hear the rising frustration in his voice.
And I want to add something. I think one of the things, the main things that I realized watching those videos, really hundreds of videos, is that perhaps for me it's horrific, but for them it's inspiring. And they use the social media so widely in ways that, as you said, the threats are spreading so quickly. So I think if we won't respond to these innovative ways of war, we will just we'll find ourselves in a big problem.
And it is about a sense of urgency. We are out of time, and I'm standing there, and I see 3 hands, and I can't because I'm standing between everybody and coffee, but come up right after, and we'll answer your question. But here's one last one for Admiral Bauer, because he has been such a supporter for women, right, ever since he became a regular attender at the forum. Should women be in combat roles, and what can we do about it to make it happen?
Of course.
Okay.
Of course. I mean, honestly, if we're not willing to use half the population for a cause that is so important, then we're stupid.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't agree more. Thank you to all of our panelists, to you, Mohammed, to you, Kochavi, to Salty, and to Rob Bauer. You got us off to a great start this afternoon. I think we have coffee now, Peter, and come back at 5:30. That was great.
Thank you so much.
Please join us for a coffee break in the foyer. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please join us in the theater. Our program is just about to begin. Please take your seats. Our program is about to begin. Please silence all electronic devices. Please take your seats. The program will begin now.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to introduce once again Mr. Ruslan Stefanchuk, the chairman of the Verkhovna Rada, the Parliament of Ukraine. Mr. Chairman.
Dear Mr. President of the Forum, dear ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for my team and me to participate in the Halifax International Security Forum. First of all, I want to thank our hospitable host, the President of the Forum, Peter van Praag, for bringing us together here. Most importantly, Peter, I want to thank you for everything you have done and continue to do for our common victory. Thank you very much, and if you allow, this applause for you. Let me ask everyone to give a round applause for all of you, for all unwavering support for Ukraine, that all time you're here and do everything that you can for our Ukraine. Thank you very much for all of you. Ukraine's defiance and sacrifice have been an inspiration for freedom-loving people everywhere, because they taught us all over again that our democracies and world fighting for autocracies, on the other hand, suffer severe discomfort at the very thought of this conviction. You said these words, dear Peter, and they serve as a central and profound theme not only for today's panel, I mean the era of unity, victory of Ukraine, but of the forum in general. I am deeply grateful to each and every one of you for the assistance and support provided to Ukraine in the face of Russian aggression. Like millions of my freedom-loving compatriots, and as a speaker of Ukrainian parliaments, I deeply understand what democracy means and can't imagine life without it. The million of my heroic compatriots who are facing brutal and unprovoked aggression from Russia, I deeply understand the value of security and hold it in the highest regard. The significance of the Halifax Forum lies in the ability to unite democracy with the defense of democracy. In other words, our shared security. Today, Ukraine is standing on the front line of the fighting on the fight for democracy and freedom. and with the support of the entire democracy world, Ukraine will definitely win in this war. I have no doubts about it. I wish us all fruitful discussion and getting the right answer to the question that concern us all. Thank you for your attention, and thank you for this invitation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gary Kasparov, the chairman of Renew Democracy Initiative, former chess world champion. I was asked to moderate this panel, and let me introduce the participants. I'll start from the far end of the stage. As the citizen of this beautiful country, it's my pleasure to introduce former president of the Republic of Croatia, Kolinda Grabar-Kitarović. Next to her, our Foreign Minister of Canada, Melanie Joly. And then my friend Hanna Hopko, the leader of the organization with the great title, International Coalition for Ukrainian Victory. And last not least, the US Senator from the great state of South Dakota, Mike Rounds. So, Era of Unity, Victory in Ukraine. That's the title of our panel. And soon, Russia's all-out war in Ukraine will have been going on for 3 years. And of course, the Russian aggression against Ukraine started almost 11 years ago, back in February 2014, with annexation of Crimea and beginning of war in eastern Ukraine on Donbass. So, giving the subtitle of this panel, Victory in Ukraine. Now, my first question to the panel. So, Can you explain what victory in Ukraine means? How would you define it? Since most of Ukrainian allies yet to do it, many of them failed to actually describe the victory. So definition of victory, and is it achievable? Madam President.
Thank you, Gary. Let me just first go back to the introductory video because it really stirred a lot of emotion in me. One of my most recent visits to Ukraine was in April on the Catholic Easter. And on Easter Monday, I joined the ceremony of opening of the shelter in the village called Anatevka, Jewish settlement in the suburbs of Kyiv. And we celebrated the rabbi's birthday. And on my most recent visit, unfortunately, I attended the vigil for one of his sons who died in the fight of freedom for Ukraine and for all of us. So lots of emotion here, and what victory means. Victory, of course, means protecting the values. So restoring sovereignty, territorial integrity, and political independence Ukraine. That is the ultimate goal. I know that doesn't happen overnight. If wars are not won within the first few days or weeks, they tend to be protracted. So at this point in time, we find ourselves in a situation where we have a line of contact where Russia is making progress, slow at a very high cost, and a geopolitical situation that is pushing for a ceasefire. And looking into the future, a ceasefire most likely will happen. However, what is most important is that when we talk about any ceasefire, we need to ensure that first and foremost, it breaks the cycle of Russia's aggression, which is not going to stop in Ukraine. So we cannot allow for that ceasefire, if it's achieved, to be the time for Russia to reconstitute the force. And secondly, what victory means is continuing to stand together. When you travel in Ukraine, there are a lot of jumbo posters, motivational jumbo posters for people to defend their own country. And one of the most prominent that I have seen says, Razom do peremohi, which means together to victory. And victory in Ukraine can be achieved only if we stand together to protect to help Ukraine to prevail in this war, but also to protect the common values and the postulates of international law.
I agree with everything that has been said, and through my different visits to Ukraine, before the war and after the war, at this point, and over the past 3 years being the foreign minister, I've been 4 times to Ukraine. And what I know is clearly Ukrainians will decide what victory looks like. But I think there's a fundamental principle that is really important, which has been highlighted, which is Putin cannot just leave, rearm, and reinvade. This would be bad for Ukraine. This would be bad for all of us. And so we need to make sure that there is future security for Ukrainians. It would be a threat for NATO. It would be a threat for all democracies because it would be sending also a message not only to, of course, Russia would be sending a message to itself, but it would be sending a message to other autocracies. I think that what kind of came up with was a concept of, well, we think that eventually Ukraine should be part of NATO when conditions allow. We need to make sure that there are bilateral security agreements that are signed between Ukraine and many countries. At this point, there's been 30 countries that have signed these different security agreements, and they've been very successful. It is a way to make sure that there is predictability, that Ukraine can know that allies will be there for at least 5 years. So we've signed some, the entire G7 has, many NATO countries, and want to continue to work on that. And finally, last point, I think that what is really, really important when we think about the Ukraine war is the human reality of the war. And we're seeing just, it was very moving because there was also a wedding happening. This is at
this war is happening at a time where 20,000 Ukrainian children have been abducted by Russia. We know thousands of political prisoners, civilians, are held in Russia. We also know that there are many prisoners of war that are also in Russia. So we hosted a very important conference a month ago, which was part of the Zelensky Peace Formula, number 4. We now have this Montreal Pledge, where not only do we have all allies of Ukraine signing it, but also we have South Africa, Qatar, the UAE, the Vatican, countries that are not technically providing aid to Ukraine per se, that will play the role of mediator to make sure that ultimately children will come back, prisoners of war are being sent home, and also that civilians are returned to Ukraine.
Before I I ask Hannah to give her definition of victory, I'm still a bit curious to hear about these bilateral agreements.
Yeah.
If memory doesn't betray me, in 1994, Ukraine gave up its nukes, and there were also agreements, and one of the guarantors was the United States. And what's happened afterwards, we all know. So can you tell us, to be a bit more specific, I mean, it's not to be that diplomatic, what is this bilateral agreement? How will it provide support for Ukraine when Putin decides to come back?
Well, that's why the idea of the bilateral agreements are while Ukraine is waiting to eventually join NATO. Because there needs to be a security guarantee eventually. It is fundamental. It will have to be part of any peace deal. And so meanwhile, for us, it's military aid, it's financial aid, it is different parts of support for Ukraine. And different countries are providing support. And it is also linked to a 5-year period. And we know exactly when installments will be sent. So that's also helping the Treasury back in Ukraine to make sure that ultimately they have enough support militarily, but also money to pay their soldiers, pay their services, support their population. That's the idea.
We'll revisit this. Okay, Hannah.
So thank you for this question. So I would like to disagree because, first, I don't believe in any ceasefire agreement. Why? Because it's already 11 years of ongoing Russian aggression. And this week, the Canadian Parliament recognized Russian aggression as a genocide. So Russia is committing genocide against Ukraine. And I'm very thankful to 7 nations who already adopted the same resolutions recognizing this. Why it's important to say it now? Because these days, we are commemorating the victims of Holodomor, another genocide, a man-made famine organized by Stalin during Soviet time. Peter rightly said the era of Nazi end in the movie at the beginning. So we in Ukraine, we are fighting to see the defeat of Russian imperialism. Because for centuries, from Moscow, Soviet Union, and now Russian Federation, when the Soviet Union collapsed, this was the end of Russian communistic ideology, but not the end of Russian imperialism. So how are you gonna guarantee a real sustainable peace with the ceasefire agreement when Putin is not ready for any negotiations? Putin wants operational pause. But look at his economy. Look at North Korean troops already. Intercontinental ballistic missiles. It's great to have 30 security agreements. But these agreements means this, honestly. And we do remember Budapest Memorandum. Because even if you have all Rammstein coalition security paper agreements, it will never be guarantees, real guarantees. Okay, if tomorrow Putin will organize another massive attack with cruise, ballistic missile, kamikaze drones, and with intercontinental missile. Yesterday in Pentagon, I asked a question, and in the State Department in DC, how Ukrainians, with the security guarantees, with these agreements, are going to protect our citizens? Do we have, like Israel had this THAAD, this is the new world for me after Patriots, NASAMS, IRIS-T, SMT, and all the system within 2.5 years. So, but actually, people say, no, we have just a few of them. Then I ask, okay, how you propose Ukrainians to intercept intercontinental ballistic missiles? You should use Patriots. Very great answer. So this is why the people still naive and don't understand the nature of Russian imperialism. And we should talk about new era of axis of tyrannies. Nazi tyranny ends, was defeated, Russism tyranny started, and now it's not just Russism tyranny, it's also Chinese tyranny, it's also North Korean, Iran, Belarusian, and others. Okay, let's talk about American strengths. Within last 30 years, could you say that America is now much stronger in Middle East with all partners? Could you say that in Africa, who dominates in Africa? China, Russia, with more access to critical minerals and others. Let's talk about Central Asia. Who dominates in Central Asia? Who has more access to critical minerals? Let's talk about Arctic. Who wants to control and preparing already, not just hybrid, a real military confrontation? So it's not about Ukraine. I remember as a former chair of the Foreign Relations Committee, 200 attempts of dialogues with Russia to achieve a ceasefire, Minsk I, Minsk II. I don't believe that Trump is interested in Minsk III because he wants to be winner. And actually, this war is winnable one. But let's stop this as long as it takes approach, this fear of escalation. Let's stop this practice when Russia is overprotected and Ukraine is under-supported. This is really important to understand. So it's not about Ukraine anymore. This is the era of tyrannies which started already, the hybrid World War III. If someone thinks that you have luxury to sit and talk, no, let's confiscate Russian sovereign assets, 300 billion. If you are not ready to ramp up production, we in Ukraine ready to do it. Israel, Taiwanese already researching successes of Ukrainian drones, electronic warfare. So give us money, give us more money like Denmark did, like Norway did, like other, invest in Ukraine defense industry because Ukraine will become a defense hub. It's already happening. Second, after confiscation of Russian sovereign assets, it's truly important that thanks to Biden, too little too late, but finally this decision on lifting restriction happened. We kindly asked to lift all restrictions, not partially, but we really believe that more ATACMS, more Storm Shadows will finally arrive to Ukraine. This is really important. Everyone is talking using Russian narratives, that this war is unwinnable, Ukraine should sit and talk. Have you ever asked Ukrainian nation what we want? And it's very easy to say, okay, it's up to Ukrainians to decide when and where to negotiate. It's like a deja vu for me from Minsk, from Chancellor Merkel time and others. No, when Ukraine depends 80% of military supplies still from Ramstein coalition, 60% of our budget from our partners, how it's up to us to decide? If you will keep delaying with weapons, we will keep bleeding, and in the war of attrition, our center made calculations before Vilnius summit. It was very clear. It's cheaper for NATO countries to give Ukraine everything needed in time to defeat Russian imperialism than to choose the scenario of war of attrition. Unfortunately, with such under support, we cannot defeat Russia. And not just Russia. You want Ukraine alone to defeat Russia, North Korea, China, and thinking when North Korea provided more shells to Russia than the whole Western nations together. So this is why I believe in Ukrainian victory, and I'm thankful to Peter for saying that let's choose victory, but let's choose but not talk. Let's deliver what we are promised within 10 years. And I will tell my daughter that the West is credible, that we have to be proud that we belong to Western civilization. Thank you.
Senator, I do not envy you to speak after such a passionate speech. Yeah, but you are here representing the most important member of NATO, the biggest supporter of Ukraine military efforts in this war. So So what would you say about the victory, definition of victory, and the role that your great country can play in this war?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity to visit with all of our allies. I appreciate the comments that have been made already and the concerns that all of you have expressed. Let me back up just a little bit. I served as governor in South Dakota for 8 years. There was not a year that went by in which, during that time, we were not at war. I went to 31 funerals. I remember those funerals, and I remember the hurt that every one of those families had. You can't take away the hurt, but you can let them know that you care about it. I'll never forget the feeling of frustration that early on I felt as a governor, because these young men and women, we'd been there when we deployed them. They went overseas, and the frustration when some of them came back because we didn't have the right munitions for them to begin with, we didn't have the right body armor for them to begin with, and I promised myself, if I ever had the chance to make a difference, I would take that opportunity. And so now, as I listen to what's happening in Ukraine, and this is my opinion, it's not the opinion of the administration, it's not the opinion of the next administration coming in, but for those folks in Ukraine that are fighting against a Russian aggression that we can all see, I just feel so frustrated that we have not been able to provide them all of the equipment that they need and all of the weapon systems that they need in order to respond to absolute tyranny coming from Russia, a neighbor who has absolutely unjustly invaded their country. And it's been done after a time in which Russia was one of the guarantors of their safety from 1994, when they gave up the nuclear weapons that they had. And they did it because they thought that all of us would defend them in that decision. And now here we are, this many years later, with Putin, the aggressor, looking at us as literally hundreds of thousands of his own people die on the front line as cannon fodder. And as he inflicts huge, huge amounts of damage and destruction in a neighbor, an innocent neighbor who wanted peace. And I wonder why we haven't done more quickly than what we have. All of us. The United States has put in over $46 billion in direct aid to Ukraine already. But what we have offered is our treasure, not our blood. Ukraine has offered not just everything they have, and to have this fight on their own homeland, but they have offered the blood of their own kids. And in fact, if you take a look at what's happened, they have had the older men going so that the younger ones can have a life. Mm-hmm. It's not easy to be logical when the emotions are that strong that I think all of us feel in the defense of freedom of a democracy against a tyrant. The Biden administration has stood strong, but I have been frustrated with their slow response in many ways to provide the necessary resources as being afraid of escalating and actually causing more damage in Ukraine and elsewhere, and I understand that. But folks, it's time to take a hard look at this thing and really ask ourselves, do you believe that this tyrant, if you offer him a part of a free country, do you think he's going to stop?
No.
Or do you think he's going to have to go back home and say, you see, when we stand strong, the weak, the West, these people who are decadent, Do you think for 1 second he's going to turn around and walk back in and say, but we most certainly have our freedom now, that we've been defended by this and that we have everything we need? Or do you think he's going to look at that and say, you see, we're strength, we're Russian strength? See, I think that's what happens. I think the best thing in the world that we can do is make our commitment to Ukraine, allow them to participate in deciding whether or not victory is actually achieved, and whether or not Russia would continue to support a tyrant as the body bags continue to come home. I wish I could say there was an easy way out. There is not. And while the vast majority of all wars end with a peace treaty, it didn't happen in Germany. It didn't happen in Japan. I fear, as much as I would love to say that there is a path towards a peaceful resolution to this by negotiating with this tyrant, I suspect that we may be deceiving ourselves. And if that is the case, then let me just ask a question right now, and then I will shut up.
No. You're actually answering some of my questions that in advance. Yeah, good.
As America, we spend over $850 billion a year in our defense budget. $850 billion a year. We are $36 trillion in debt. We are spending $1.4 to $1.7 trillion more every single year than what we take in. But let me just ask this as a close. And I ask it in your own countries. Ask yourselves this. Which is truly more expensive? To spend perhaps 10% more on the defense of your own country and in creating the supply chains for the munitions that you need and the superior weapon systems that you need so that you don't perhaps be perceived as being weak and end up in a world war? Or do we sit back and hope that what we've done is okay and that the tyrants of the world look at us and say, I've got enough? Or are they going to look at us and say, it's worth a risk? Let's challenge them. Perhaps we are stronger than them, at which time we enter into one war, one single war. Because if we ever do, any world war on more than one front, and we already know if we go on a war in one front, we're going to be on a war in two fronts at the same time. Do you measure that in billions, or do you measure that in trillions? And that's if we win. I think we pay the insurance premium. We pay it by making damn sure that we are not only perceived as being the strongest, but we are the strongest without doubt. That's the way. That's the way you make sure that your young men and women aren't spreading their blood in Europe or elsewhere in the next few years.
Okay. Actually, you already answered one of my questions. It's, can Vladimir Putin be trusted in any negotiations? And I guess the answer is negative.
My question to me, I've seen no evidence of that.
Okay.
And the reason why I say that is because in 1994, as they saw that, he simply decided that what his predecessors decided to do, he wasn't going to honor. And if you have no honor, how do you trust them?
Okay. So also, thank you very much for making a very important point. Yeah, it's very popular among what I call peacemongers, that every war ends at the negotiating table. Not true. There were wars like World War II that ended with unconditional surrender. We're not expecting Russia to surrender, but definitely the liberation of Ukrainian territories all the way up down to Sevastopol, for me, it's a key definition of victory. And we all know, I mean, Vladimir Putin's goal was, is, and will be to destroy Ukrainian statehood. It's not I'm saying, he has been saying it, and it's being repeated on Russian propaganda machine, on television, every day, 24/7. as just 2 days ago, they stated again their goal by presenting the so-called map of dividing Ukraine. So I believe that it's a war to win, and it's almost like a game of chess. You have black and white, good and evil, but there is no draw. It's either we win or he wins. And again, thank you for making this important point that dictators are provoked by weakness, not strengths. Again, we know it from history books, and unfortunately, we're learning it now. But while we're learning, Ukrainians paying in blood. So now let's move to
Can I add a comment on that?
Of course.
So, Senator, when you have conversations with your colleagues, what is the argument that is the most successful to talk about the support to Ukraine? Because, there is a conversation out there regarding, indeed, whether there would be a deal and at the same time, unconditional support. So, because clearly your argument of we need to fight now because if not, it will be even more costly to us in terms of lives and in terms of money is a good one. And this is one that we've been all using. But I just want to understand what is the most successful.
And I think it's a really good point, and it's a good question. I think in terms of the most effective discussion that we have, and it's, rest assured, this is not a partisan issue in the United States Senate. This is very bipartisan. Mm-hmm. We are torn as to what the right thing is to do. But part of it is on a whole of world review, we are convinced that Xi Jinping saw what we did in Afghanistan as being a sign of weakness. We also believe that he has watched very carefully when Putin immediately stepped in and said, I think this is going to be a real easy move. I can go in and they're going to welcome me with arms wide open saying, we're happy you're here. And what he discovered is that Ukraine believes they are truly a country and that they want their own freedom. And I think that surprised him. But what we're looking at is if we allow him to be successful, what does that say to Xi Jinping, who now looks at Taiwan and says, I think America has withdrawn from the world leadership. They are tepid, and they've seen how much we have grown in strength, and they know that we have the upper hand. And if that is the case, the rest of the world will watch a Taiwan go down, and you will see an economy which will explode around the world. But you will also see one more thing. You will see a combination of Russia and China and North Korea and Iran all be strengthened and all think that any place where there is a possibility of creating a fire for their purposes, they can do that. And we will find ourselves on fire in multiple locations. Look, our premises have always been to hold one battlefront at bay while we dispense with an immediate adversary in another location. Mm-hmm. But if you're going to fight one, you're going to end up fighting them both, and they are both very strong adversaries today. Mm-hmm. And I would just offer this: if you're not prepared to fight on two separate locations, you're much better to call this thing right now and convince Xi Jinping that he should reconsider his options in the Western Pacific. And by the way, if you think for a second that you're not going to be impacted in your community right away, 60% of all the trade in the world goes through that part of the world. China thinks that they should control that. Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to say one more thing, and then I'll get away from it.
No, you will not get away. Stay.
No. But this is really important. Is there anybody here that isn't communicating back home on a regular basis with a cell phone? We all do it. And unless you're using a specialized app, any one of us and every one of us today is subject to the review by the Chinese Communist government of any cell phone conversation you have with anyone in America, because they have access to every single one of our major telecommunications companies. They've broken in, and they can read your texts, and they can hear your conversations. It's just a matter of who they want to listen to and who they don't. And that is public information, and it doesn't seem to make anybody concerned, and we ought to be. Now, when they're that capable, all of us should be recognizing just how serious we should take the defenses of our own countries, not just in the number of 155 shells we have, but on the upper end, what we have for the most capable weapon systems, because that is where we stop them, is with the most capable weapon systems that make them think twice about getting involved with any one of our allies. Now I've said enough.
Thank you, Senator. The title of this panel is Era of Unity, and I want you just to go back from victory in Ukraine to Era of Unity, because a lot is being said about unity, how Putin's aggression against Ukraine united the free world, united NATO. Actually, NATO is even bigger. 2 more countries joined NATO. But listening to you carefully, so just, I actually missed this tune of unity. You talked America will fight on 2 fronts. What about your allies, Senator?
We can't do it without them.
Exactly. So that's why, and let me tell you something. I'm not a military expert, but I think many can confirm that just, the northeastern bloc of NATO, Poland, Baltic nations, Sweden, Finland, and you can add Romania, will probably crush Russia in a few days, combining with Ukrainian forces. All you need is to provide nuclear umbrella. They'll do the rest. Everybody who's warning, Russians will be in Tallinn in 3 days. No, it's Estonians will be drinking beer in St. Petersburg in 3 days. Yeah. So that's why I think it's very important, not to say America will fight on 2 fronts. No, you have to support European allies. And that's, the actual question is to Madam Minister. Mm-hmm. So, again, NATO, unity, of course, United Nations, which unfortunately, just follow the prediction of Winston Churchill, his famous Iron Curtain speech, that is no more than this, how he said it? A frousing of words. So, forget United Nations. NATO.
But we should never forget the United Nations. I'm sorry. But we need the United Nations.
I'd like to forget the United Nations. Yes.
No, but we need the United Nations.
To do what?
Because ultimately, it is based on international norms that have kept us.
Russia's.
Wait, Gary. Let me finish my sentence. Let me finish my sentence, okay? Because ultimately, I really think that there's been a lot of support around the world for Ukraine in countries that technically know that it is fundamental not to be invaded by its neighbors. So I'm not saying that we've won the diplomatic war completely, but I think that there's been support, which is important. Why? Because fundamentally, when the senator was referring to the fact that you need to look at the world holistically, it's about, basically what is happening in the Indo-Pacific is linked to Europe. Well, meanwhile, there are different diplomatic battlegrounds that are happening in Africa, in Latin America, across Asia, and we need to exert influence, we need to convince them, and one of the ways is definitely through the United Nations. Is it perfect? No, absolutely not. But as Canada, which we believe in the importance of international norms, will continue to make sure that we abide by the international norms and support them.
But one of the members.
Thank you. I know Norway is
one
rooting.
of the permanent members of the Council is still Russia, that violated probably every norm of the United Nations. Okay, fine. Forget about the United Nations for a moment.
Yeah.
Let's move to NATO. Mm-hmm. NATO was formed in 1949, and I think the only purpose of this organization was not to fight terrorists elsewhere or protect peace in Africa, but to protect, defend free Europe against Soviet-Russian aggression. Mm-hmm. At that time, the line of the conflict was River Rhine. Mm-hmm. Now, the line of the conflict moved eastward to River Dnieper. Mm-hmm. But the principle is still the same. Mm-hmm. So that's why I'm getting confused when I hear Ukraine will join NATO. Ukraine is the only country in the world that had been fighting to fulfill NATO only obligation. So what is this again? For instance, the question for you, I'm curious, is we all know that there's a big elephant in the room, this incoming administration. because we don't know what's going to happen. So could go either way. Trump is unpredictable. Let's say the worst.
On purpose.
On purpose. No, fine. No. I'm not here to be critical. I'm just saying but anything can happen. We hear voices in this incoming administration from both sides. Some of them, as senator and a senior senator from his state, who is now incoming majority leader, they are advocating for supporting Ukraine. We hear voices from the other side, so saying no, forget about Ukraine, just give Russia whatever it wants. So let's say the worst happened for a moment. So will Canada step in? Will Canada play a bigger role? No, it's just because many Europeans just they can do it on their own, but still, Canada is an important country, as you said. And just, when you have free time from diplomatic victories in the United Nations, can you help Ukraine winning the war?
No. I really think also that I believe in diplomacy, but I fundamentally believe that in defense. And I fundamentally believe that Canada needs to increase its defense spending. And I've been working with the minister here to make sure that that's the case. Because there's no peace without deterrence. And I also think that we're part of NATO. We need to be stronger in terms of creating this new Arctic security dialogue with the Arctic 7, because we have the Arctic Council that is not working, and basically we should not be working with Russia. So it should be the 7 of us, which are now part of NATO, because Sweden and Finland is part. And so the Nordic 5, Canada, US, we need to make sure we create that. We have intel cooperation, defense exercises, and basically NATO and NORAD are not seen as different, but they should work together. And finally, what I think also is there's no real security architecture for the Indo-Pacific. There is the Japan, Korea, US Camp David Accord, which was historic, which was great. But Canada, we want to do more. And we want to be part of a North Pacific architecture with Japan, with Korea, with the US, because we are also under threat. Because DPRK missiles can reach the island of Vancouver. Because also when there are issues linked to ultimately vessels going through the Bering Strait and eventually in our Arctic, we're talking about Canada's own sovereignty. So we want to do more. And that's why we're the country that is doing the most passage of frigates through the Taiwan Strait with the US. And we're a very reliable partner. So that's my point regarding the United Nations and security. But in terms of stepping up for Ukraine, we have this long-standing friendship with Ukraine. We have a huge community home. And that has been happening for a century. And when Crimea was invaded by Russia, we decided at the time to create Operation Unifier. And before the war, the illegal invasion of Ukraine by Russia, we had already trained 40,000 members of the security forces of Ukraine. Now we're Canada. We're 10% of the US. We can't, do everything the US is doing, but we've done a lot and we'll continue to do a lot. But fundamentally, I think Ukraine can know that when we're at the NATO table, if there's a country that is advocating for Ukraine, that believes that Ukraine's place is in NATO, it's Canada.
Just straightforward question.
And I think,
wait, let's finish with Canada when we move to Europe. Yeah, because there's a big question for Europe. Don't worry.
Yeah, I know, but we're running out of time. I want to say something on NATO.
No, don't worry. Just one small question. Actually, it's a very expensive one. Everybody talks about confiscating Russian assets. By the way, nobody knows exactly the amount, 250 billion, 300 billion. But one thing we know that $191 billion sitting in Belgium Euroclear. And I think you know that about 10% of this amount is in Canadian dollars. Do you know that? I can tell you that. You can check. You can recall this money and give it to Ukraine.
No.
It's in Canadian dollars.
We agree with that.
You agree with that?
Not only do we agree with the seizure of Russian assets, we created this illegal.
It's not general. It's yours. It's Canada. Canada has all the rights to go for the money that is being allocated in Canadian dollars.
But Gary, we've said that for a long time. There's no surprise.
Said is not. Said wars are cheap. We're talking about money.
No, but we've been working among this.
Okay, fine.
We're the first country within democracies that created this legislation that is about not only being able to sanction, of course, many companies and people, but also seize people's assets and sell them.
They're sitting in one place.
So I hear you, and
I
of course,
I can give you more information if you want. So if you have,
No,
if you have
with
Minister of
pleasure,
Finance in
and I
this
have
room,
a lot.
yes, I'm sure he or she is aware about that. So
Yeah, and she's of Ukrainian descent. She's
Excellent,
very much aware of
excellent.
that.
Okay, Felina, now many questions to Europe, because it seems Europe has to act, and obviously Europe has been doing a lot of things.
Go ahead.
Now, what are European perspectives? How
Yeah, well,
are Europeans going to defend Ukraine and ourselves?
I'm trying to be a realist here. With all the wholehearted support for Ukraine and the victory in Ukraine, NATO has never articulated that word, nor the EU collectively. And I have been witness ever since 2014 how we have collectively enabled this open phase of aggression that happened, started on February 24th, 2022. The war started in 2014 and actually way before that when Russia started planning and amassing troops along the border. So the policy was not to escalate rhetorically towards Russia, because the question was, what are we going to do next? So we have also enabled the current situation on the front lines, on the contact line in Ukraine. I can think, coming from Croatia, of several military scenarios how Ukraine could win this war militarily tomorrow. But I doubt that we have the collective will to provide the necessary military capabilities for Ukraine to do so. Because throughout the hesitation, throughout putting the red lines, that thinking that Putin was going to escalate beyond the conventional warfare into RCBN warfare, delaying delivery of weapons, putting restrictions on the use of weapons, we have allowed Russia to dig in and create this line of contact that, looking from a military perspective, is so difficult to penetrate. Very, very difficult. Again, there would be military solutions, but judging by our collective behavior so far, I doubt that there is willingness to do so. So I'm being realistic, because the next weeks and months are going to be very difficult. Russia's going to continue to pound Ukraine's infrastructure. They're going to continue to kill Ukrainian civilians. And I just hope that President-elect realizes his responsibility at this point in time to tell Putin that he's not going to get his way, that any kind of peace, any kind of ceasefire, and I'm just saying that there will be pressure for a ceasefire. I don't think it's going to happen, because I don't think that Putin has the willingness to negotiate at all. But there will be that pressure as we see more Ukrainians coming westwards towards Europe, towards the European Union, and creating that fatigue. And we've already seen indifference towards the war in Ukraine, and there will be fatigue. We have elections in Germany in February. Who knows what's going to happen then? So, fingers crossed. But one thing is for sure, that Europe needs to be aware of the fact that Putin does not stop in Ukraine. So any kind of ceasefire will be used to reconstitute that force. And how do you ensure that if there is pressure, that doesn't happen is the key question. And I don't see that there is much leverage to do so. However, looking at what we could do right now, Russia is still, they're dependent on China, they're dependent on North Korea, but they're also dependent on oil sales to the rest of the world. So why don't we just push more oil? Why don't we work on the oil prices and drop them? And Russia loses the critical assets that they need to finance the war machine. So there are solutions, there are ways out. But we've just been engaged in this thinking, how do we stop this war? And what gives me a little bit of perhaps courage is looking at the people that the president-elect has nominated so far, Marco Rubio and also Senator Waltz.
Marco Waltz.
Mike Waltz.
Michael,
And back in 2022, he actually said, if I'm not mistaken, let's end this damn war, because he realized what was happening in Ukraine. And also, he very much opposed the pullout of Afghanistan, and I completely agree with him that it was a huge mistake. It showed weakness, and Putin and Russia understand only the language of strength. And if we're not unified, if we don't have that collective will, if we don't have that raison d'opérer mohi together, we're not going to win this war. So this is the key component here, the unity. And I'm afraid that we're looking at challenging weeks and months where that unity will be challenged, and we have to do whatever we can with very realistic arguments, appealing not even to the interest but the selfishness of our own citizens in order to explain to them why it is crucial for us in our own interest for Ukraine to win, not just to prevail, as NATO has been saying.
Okay, so we have just less than 5 minutes left for the panel, and a couple of questions. So introduce yourself. So let me
Take your place.
stand up, please. Introduce yourself.
Thank you. Fascinating discussion. My name is Batu Kuteli. I'm from Georgia. I represent Foreign Policy Research Institute. So there is another side of Ukrainian victory is Russia's defeat. So how should Russia's defeat or what's your take on the form it should happen? Should we be preparing ourselves to make Russia small again?
Make Russia what?
Russia small again.
Oh,
Russia small again. So,
Senator.
Senator, let's start with you.
Look, this is a case of where what they thought to begin with in Russia, they thought they had a military that was a huge tiger. What they discovered was that they had not been at war and that they were vulnerable, that Putin, what he thought was a very, very powerful cyber system, we could take it down. What he thought was a huge military that was insurmountable, and what he discovered was unless you use it correctly, it can be attacked by a smaller organization. What they have done is like any military operation, they are learning from their mistakes, but so are we. And so what we need to be able to do is to, and once again, I'm not speaking on behalf of the administration, I'm not speaking on behalf of the current one or the future one, but just personally, what we have to do is to support Ukraine, provide them with the weapon systems that they need as quickly as possible, and at the same time, be very, very clear to Putin that an escalation on his part will be met with additional escalation as well. And we need to unhandcuff Ukraine in their battle to get rid of these folks on their soil. And look, his economy is not going to be able to survive long term. But I think what you have suggested with regard to where he's bringing his money in, he is the gas station. And as long as he can continue to pump gas, and the rest of the world looks the other way and says, you know what, I wouldn't mind having a little bit of the cheap gas on this thing here. And so they're buying it, and we're not recognizing that and calling account to that. He's going to continue to have cash availability to spend. Now, North Korea is not doing this. They're not sending 50,000 people over there just for the heck of it. They're making contact with Putin to try to get, probably, they want advanced technologies. China, most certainly, on weapon systems and so forth, they don't want to associate necessarily with a loser, but they most certainly would like to be able to sell products as well to him and to have cash as well. So I think what you've made is a really good point. We want to be united. Let's quit buying his stuff, and let's recognize when he's coming through on this and trading it through third countries and so forth, we've got great access to the information to really shut him down on his economy. I don't know that we've had the guts to actually call out all of the other countries who have been looking the other way and buying his resources. And we've done one more thing, and we're guilty of this for the last couple of years. We have not produced. We sent a message out years ago that said we were going to make it tough for new production of carbon-based fuels and so forth, and we have not allowed for nuclear energy generation. Not the way it should be. So we've got to become energy independent in our own countries as the West and make it much more difficult for him to sell his products. And when that happens, his people will respond to that, and he will recognize that his administration is at risk. That, I think, is the most painless way to fix this thing and to literally get Russia to consider the fact that their leadership is not working the way they want it to work.
Okay. By the way, Senator, when you're talking about we, I believe you're speaking on behalf of the majority of the free world.
Absolutely.
So,
I mean,
Peter, asking your permission to violate a fundamental rule of the game of chess, I would like to overstep on time and just add 5 minutes, not more, because we have one more question to ask. So there's too many hands. So yeah, and yes. And by the way, just it's also a thought that you don't need many countries actually to do it, because half of the Russian oil sent by sea goes through 2 Danish channels. Most of the fleet is shadow fleet, so-called, with violating every ecological rule. Yeah. If Denmark imposes high tax on this prohibitive tax, that will probably ruin Putin's war efforts. Okay, you go. Okay, you and you. Just 2 questions, yes.
Okay,
you and then
first. My name is Lesia Orobets, and I'm advocating for air shield over Ukraine with the means of our partners, not just ours. And I have a question. Senator mentioned the real threat that all our mobile phones could be listened to through Chinese. But let me mention one more secure threat, which is even higher and imposing a high security risk to each and every country of the free world who's sending weapons to Ukraine. Because while sending weapons to Ukraine in smaller quantities, you are training your enemy and training Iran and China and North Korea how to adjust to that weapons. If you're not sending enough Patriots, they are learning how to overcome the raiders. If you're not sending enough air protection of the airspace, they know how to do everything to make your weapons unofficial.
how to upgrade their
So,
systems.
yes, so my question is, what's the logic and how, why are you creating a COVID which is resistant to vaccine?
Okay, fine.
It doesn't make any sense.
Pass the mic, please. Over there. Yes, and that's okay. Really good. Second question, and then we'll answer.
Дякую, привіт.
Hi,
I'm Senator Stan Kuchar from Canada.
Mhm.
Victory isn't a point in time. It must be sustained. And Ukraine has had numerous security guarantees since Budapest on, and they've all fallen apart. So why should Ukraine take any security guarantee, period? Now, Denmark has a model for funding armaments industry in Ukraine. Norway has just put significant amount of money into that. Yesterday, Sweden announced that it was putting money into that.
These are all
I'm going to be
bilateral
talking to Minister Joly and Blair tomorrow about Canada putting money into that. What about all the other countries? And what about that as a model? Because Ukraine has to actually be able to defend itself.
I think,
Your thoughts?
what is interesting between your question, Stan, and also the question, what is defeat looks for Russia, I think there's 3 points. There's definitely, in my mind, we need to find a way that through deterrence, there's no possibility of rearming and reinvading. That's fundamental. And that's why I've been, and Canada's position has been a lot NATO, but the US will play a definitely really, really important role in that context, because for me, there's no better security guarantee than NATO. But I think also something we haven't talked about is how much we've put economic sanctions on Russia and how much there's a form of economic, pressure warfare. And that's why any form of conversation about ceasefire, peace, there are lots of countries that put sanctions. All European countries. We all have a say also in the context of this negotiation. And definitely the EU will want to have a part on, any form of conversation. Will want to have a say on any part of negotiation whatsoever. Let's all remember that. And why is it important? It's because my third point is we need to crush this form of axis that is being developed between Russia, the DPRK, China, and Iran. And we've been doing sanctions, but we're not completely coordinated on all of them. And we need to do sanctions economically, but also much more broadly on certain individuals. And that's where I think we can work more together, Europeans and North Americans together.
Hannah, 30 seconds.
Yes, what worries me most is how would we ensure that Russia does not reconstitute the power, not just to continue to take a break in Ukraine and then continue with aggression of Ukraine, but then to step into further, because this, with Putin, it wasn't about NATO enlargement. As a matter of fact, it was an EU association agreement that spurred the Maidan protests and the revolution of dignity and everything else. So it's about values. It's about the system of values that's moving towards Russia's border. So what would be a defeat for Russia? I actually prefer to talk about Ukrainian victory and our common victory than Russia's defeat. As Admiral Bauer pointed out earlier, Russia has already been defeated by the fact that they have not achieved their primary goal to take Ukraine within just a few days. And Russia's economy will suffer for years to come. PESCO said yesterday or today that they have a huge demographic problem. But also, a huge problem is that we are allowing avoidance of these sanctions. And that, the energy market has just shifted from delivering energy to the EU to delivering energy to India and other countries. So again, we need to be a lot firmer on imposing not just the sanctions, but all the postulates of the international law. And that's what I said in the beginning. Our common victory is really to win this war in the way that we protect the international system and the democracy.
Hannah, last word to Ukraine very quickly.
This week in DC Helsinki Commission, I reminded 10 years ago when we were advocating for Ukraine Freedom Support Act. I know that with Trump administration, we need to advocate for Ukraine Victory Support Act. This is why we have to be very ambitious, and I have a present for President Trump-elect. This, and Senator, please pass it. This is the T-shirt, and actually, this is how Russian ambitious is growing. So if we do not stop Russia by defeat, Russia will be bigger. Let's make America better, great, again, and bigger.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
And okay, I think it's an important panel. A lot of things been said. So what we learned, yes, I guess, is that the free world has resources, military, financial, political. What we're missing is political will. And I'm sure we have to find it to make sure that we win, because there's no other way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you.
That concludes our programming for the day. Shuttles depart outside the lobby for dinner at Pier 21.